All right, everybody, welcome to week 2 of the finale for North American Strikers Training Grounds. I'm Lego Mage here with Malachi. Our first match of the night. We're going to be starting over in the winter side, doing all the winter side matches this week. We're going to be starting off Galactic Space Cows versus Cyberswipe for our first series here. And we've already got a little draft underway. Game 1 on Taiko Temple.
Yeah, it's looking good. We got Juno ban, we got Mako ban. Good bans on this map. Definitely headache characters to deal with on Taiko Temple. Asher pick, one of the greatest of all times on this map, no doubt. Atlas, pretty good right now. You know, Aimi probably covering the midfield, I imagine, and X on the forward, I'm gonna imagine. Then we got Rune and Dubu, very fantastic picks on Taiko Temple here. Creations, if they play it right, they can really make those corners a nightmare.
And we got Deadeye and Speed Start here. Not a lot of investment, it looks like, into the Deadeye. Maybe Rune, but Pancakes are generally pretty strong. Well, actually, I guess Aimi as well benefits quite heavily from Deadeye. That secondary is quite powerful. Could see some good KOs come out from Expo Chan on that character for sure, but loading in here, we'll have our look at gear and awakenings, but Cyberswipe coming off their win over Catmunch Dynasty Party previously 2-1. It was Fam and F Corp on the other side of the bracket that beat Catmunch Enjoyers, but Galactic Space Cows came in at the 2 seed, so this is their first playoff match that they're going to be playing, having gotten the bye here. Curious to see how this is going to unfold. I like the comps. Both very reminiscent, I think, of what these teams have been doing for the most part.
There was a mistake, it seems.
They're redoing something. I don't know what this is about.
Take a peek for you.
They have the wrong goalie? What happened? I don't think so.
I know what that's like. Let's see.
Yeah, we're gonna have Rune.
Oh, someone's game crashed. We're talking about a game crash. Crash.
Minor technical difficulty. Looks like they're back and getting that sorted out. But yeah, Rune, Asher are a pretty strong combo on Taiko Temple, and that extra speed is gonna help them out a lot. That is Asher's like big thing. It's a huge pickup to start the game off. There's gonna be a lot of corner pressure. Cyberswipe going to have to be contending with. I don't think it's very often that we actually see Assertive on a melee goalie. She's usually playing some kind of range goalie, some kind of eject button goalie, it seems like. So, opting for the Atlas here to really try and lock down those corners against this Asher. I think it's a good move. I think it's a smart move.
One thing I will point out is the Awakening start. The Deadeye is good at countering the stacks, actually. So I don't know how valuable the stacks will be this game.
Well, we'll see. The damage is coming from the forward duo, and I mean, we know Cyberswipe have a tendency to pump out quite a lot of damage if they choose. Asher is a little bit better at surviving than other characters with that secondary buff, but we'll see here. I think it's going to fall kind of back onto Expo, whether they're going to be going to KO the forward, or if they're going to be looking to pump it into the enemy Dubu of Victory Bacon and try and push their offense that way. Something tells me it's going to be the latter. Cyberswipe, I feel like, has always been a more offense-oriented team.
Yeah, I definitely agree. That's usually a team who plays rather vicious. I think having the Atlas is going to be really strong on Taiko. The revive's pretty good right now. Seems as though you can die very fast this patch. So if any team's taking stacks, I think it'll be Cyber.
I wouldn't be surprised to see a Deadeye on the Aimi here, and that is in fact what we see. Magsouls all around except for the X, and everyone else going for Pancakes, Assertive and Victory Bacon, both rocking the strike shot, which means that Victory Bacon, I think, is definitely up for grabs in terms of getting KO'd by this X and this Aimi as they continue to scale. So I think that's definitely something to look forward to. It's going to be interesting to see how Cyberswipe choose to handle this, but They're the ones starting with the offense off the kickoff so far, but so far, Galactic Space Cows, solid defense, keeping their barriers up at a good banish from Khalil. Means they're going to be able to clear that one out.
An excellent strike forward by Atlas there. That's like, it seemed like it was frame perfect. It was very close to just being a barrier loss there, but the conversion here is just, it's a little lacking. But and now we're gonna see why Cyber Swipe is known for killing, because there goes the entire defense.
Yeah, the damage just ends up stacking up on that Dubu pretty quickly without any pauldrons or anything, and the Witch able to finish him off with that bell ringer there. Point 1 over to Cyber Swipe, now looking to go point 2. A nice evade there from Expo to avoid the banish as the passing plays coming on out. Core flip here from Zoe the Witch gets blocked. Seems like Galactic Space Cows start off strong on the defense early on, but if Victory Bacon gets whittled down, that's when Cyber Swipe are usually able to make their comeback, and now rotating back, the Firewall Sentry picks up both barriers. Khalil having to burn the core flip there. Clear that one back, get it back to Mai here. Can't get it through. Expo Chan and Zoe the Witch now in position for some potential plays, but Khalil with the secondary gets it past, and that's both barriers down. Both sides opened up. Mai with the Strike War, able to push it through the X. Galactic Space Cows will tie it up.
Yeah, now one thing I want to point out is X is a very valuable pick this patch. There's just a large amount of damage, kind of like the go-to brawler of this patch, so it must be very comfortable for Zoe to have that pick, and we saw on the last point that it was pretty valuable, but already lost a member. This power play, not exactly the best two characters to have left is X and a goalie. Sometimes you'd rather have your midfielder than your forward and the goalie, but they seem to have that enough time to bring back Expo Chan. So, and now they have a power play of their own very quickly after cleaning up their power play deficit, and now they have a chance to take this barrier.
Take it they will with the X Maximus there. Now pushing up hard. A double banish coming out from Khalil does buy quite a bit of time here. Now looking to take over in the corner, but a strike war from Expo gets it out. Khalil going back there with secondary on the defense, trying to push it back through. Core flip from Zoe the Witch gets blocked by the pillar. Trying to sneak into the corner here. They don't get the barrier, but they do get Assertive's flip. They got to rotate this core back around. A pillar to the bottom here. Up to Mai in the top corner. Can't get much going, though. Assertive now, past to Zoe the Witch, going up to Expo Chan. Cyber swiping into the corner. The Tofu Fortress comes out. Not going to be able to get past there. Almost with the glitch pop, but a bad bounce. We'll see it deflected back. Now Assertive has to get it back off her side of the field here. A glitch pop sends it wide. A bounce off the corner. Shot from Zoe forces the flip out. Some nice saves from Victory Bacon now. A roll to block it. Now Expo Chan with the core. A glitch pop to follow up. Zoe the Witch going for a dribble here. The Firewall Sentry coming out. And Victory Bacon able to make another efficient clear. Core flip from Mai. Doesn't get much off it, but is looking pretty staggered. A bell ringer will be the damage, and Assertive picks up the final hit. The power play for Cyber Swipe. Zoe the Witch pass to Expo. The glitch pop falling just a bit short. Buys a few seconds for the Asher to come back here. A banish coming out as well. Mai now back online. And running back up the field. Zoe the Witch, though, pass to Expo Chan. Just enough to finally get around Victory Bacon. It's been so efficient at blocking those this point. But finally, Cyber Swipe able to make it happen and go up 2-1.
That was incredible offense and defense. It was like watching, the unbeatable, the unbreakable wall fight like the ultimate sword. And it was pretty. Oh wow, this point is nothing like the last one, as they take it at 13 seconds. No overtime will be had in the second point, and we'll be moving on to set 2.
They flip there, and it will be Zoe the Witch on the MVP screen. A couple nice options. We see the stagger swagger, we see the size, we see the 1-2 punch, as well as the hot shot here. It will be the big fish going over the X. Hot shot looking mighty tasty for this room, but Siege and Timeless also available. Will be the pepper, though. Atlas actually going for Spark of Agility here. Going to let the Timeless fall to the Dubu. Not picking up Siege Machine. Kind of interesting. I feel like that's a little bit better on Dubu than Timeless, but Timeless still pretty good as well. It's actually, you know what? It was a deny against the IME, so my bad. But Expo's still going to get Stagger Swagger. Pretty good pickups all around, I don't think anyone is dissatisfied with this draft. And if we get to set 2 here, we'll see if Cyberswipe are able to keep up the momentum.
I will say the Asher did get pretty denied there. I think that pick was a deny from the IME rather than taking Siege Machine on IME, which I think is actually pretty good on IME. So they definitely want to play into that damage win con that they were going for, despite the fact that Red is currently the one with more damage on them at this point. But now it's starting to turn around as Asher gets beat up pretty well. Not having Stagger Swagger, so has to go back and get the orb rather than maintain the push. Has to be careful not to get knocked on the wall. And with a core flip, they could end it before they get killed if X doesn't have anything to say about that. And that won't be the case.
The burn it to stay alive, and Zoe the Witch just chased him down for the KO anyway. Now with the power play, Cyberswipe bringing down one barrier, looking for a second one. A strike shot from Victory Bacon buys a few seconds, but Zoe the Witch walking up with the flip. Mai, though, respawning just in time to bring out the pass splitter and hold it down. Now with an open goal, they have an opportunity to score. Galactic Space Cows do. Khalil in the corner, sets up the pillar in the center here, passing it around, but Zoe the Witch holding it down and getting it back over to Expo. Another banish on reaction from Expo Chan. Absolutely fantastic stuff, and now it's an open goal on the side of Galactic Space Cows, and with the X Maximus, it's going to be enough to force it through the Dubu. Cyberswipe continuing to stay on top here, going up 1-0.
That point really shows why X and Atlas are invaluable this patch. The fact that Atlas revived himself and then, X cleaned house just really proves the strength of those two characters with a huge damage coming out this patch. So I was really impressed by Cyberswipe's gameplay right there. That was super high quality.
Now looking to set up another push. The first point going down. I'm going to pick up another KO onto Mai yet again. The second barrier falling on the power play here. A pass up into the turret. We'll stall out just a bit, but forcing into this top corner, Expo Chan's going to be able to have a big advantage there. It'll be the second point going over to Cyberswipe now on set point, and looking like they might be running away with this one.
Yeah, this is looking very grim. Very grim. As Cyberswipe makes a cyber swipe on the enemy with the IME, and we're seeing a lot of just forward pressure. Not a lot of forward pressure from the other team. I don't know if maybe it's nerves, maybe they're not used to playing as a team on this current patch. I'm not sure what exactly it might be, but usually, this team performs very well. I mean, they did earn second seed. I don't know if maybe it was just the character draft, maybe has a little on edge, but I do believe that we will see a game, possibly a game 3, knowing these teams.
Both sides, one barrier to one barrier here. A nice play from Khalil with the pillar. And a teleport up, will find it, but doesn't get KO'd in return. The IME kill combo coming out from Expo Chan. And now another power play for Cyberswipe. They've got 2 flips to work with against the 2 flips on Galactic Space Cows. Going to commit the Tofu Fortress, though. Now Khalil going to be back online here, pushing up hard. Core flip from Victory Bacon. Doesn't get it very far out the corner. Core flip here from Zoe the Witch, but the pillar's in the way and gets KO'd. Mai with the kill. And now it's a power play for Galactic Space Cows. Khalil trying to push up the field. Core flip from Assertive. Gets blocked by Mai point blank. And just floats right into the goal. Cows able to put them points up on the board here. And looking to bring this set back.
All right, signs of life from Galactic Space Cows. This is what they need. They need the momentum swing, tempo swing, if you will, and they they need a morale boost, and that point might do it. But Dubu going down that quickly might not be a morale boost. That might be the exact opposite. We'll see the big play here coming out from Cyberswipe, and another ally goes off the field, which means this is going to be a perpetual power play for Cyberswipe. Not what you want to be seeing if you're Galactic Space Cows.
Yeah, and another one. Cyberswipe has been pretty efficient with these. They got one barrier just off of that, and feels like they can kind of pick up a KO whenever they sort of feel like it. Right now, we're seeing Mai take quite a bit of damage. Expo just dumping the whole kit there to get this Asher low. Meanwhile, Zoe the Witch able to sneak the core pass. They go for a KO attempt. Doesn't quite work out, but they'll get both barriers here. A glitch pop from Expo Chan, and that sets up a pretty difficult situation. X to the bottom and a Cyberswipe to the top side. Well, that's Cyberswipe taking their second set now, 2-0. And Zoe the Witch, the MVP, for a second time.
X is a well-known scaler character, and when X is ahead, he's really ahead, especially on drafts. So this is going to be, I mean, perfect form on the X. Very scary if I'm Galactic Space Cows. This draft is looking very good for Galactic Space Cows. We got Among Titans, and just everything's funneling power into our X here, and I think this is very good. Atlas getting the Monu, huge for defending barriers on this map. So I don't know if that draft is really going to help Galactic Space Cows that much, other than perhaps the Catalyst, since Maya's taking so much damage and getting hit so much. Maybe they might build enough meter to make it quick flip into the goal and, you know, get some health back by scoring. But we'll see.
That's where it feels like Cyberswipe snowballing has definitely reached a pinnacle right here. That X is absolutely massive, and I mean, Expo is just moving really fast with Stagger Swagger Titans, and that's going to be a double ding right there. A quick 2 and out for those barriers. Galactic Space Cows now in a really tough situation on this first point. Khalil going to try and rotate the core back around. A nice clear from Assertive. Gets it back to the forefront. Expo pass down to Zoe, or pass right back up to the middle, and it's going to be Expo Chan with the Strike War, who will find the point for Cyberswipe as they look to just close this one out. Going to have 3 core flips available to work with, and Galactic Space Cows, they just might be looking to go next. I don't really know how they bring this one back.
Yeah, versus an X who has everything on their side. I just don't know what the win con here is, other than survive. I mean, if you could survive, I think you could win, but that has been the issue this whole time. I don't know if victory... Oh, well, I mean, sometimes things on Tycho just don't go as planned, and quick point. But I don't know if Victory Bacon has an Atlas in their pocket to maybe deny for the next game, or maybe keep their team alive, but that might be what's necessary for Galactic Space Cows to win this series.
Yeah, I don't know about the Atlas thing, but I think it's more of a forward thing, really, because you can't get rid of... It's hard to get rid of the Aimee and the Juno, and also whatever is good with Awakenings at the same time. And they banned out Juno this game, presumably because the Deadeye. And they also just didn't want to deal with the Slimes, knew that they were playing Rune or whatever, so Expo ended up getting Aimee, and we know the Aimee plus X combo is pretty good, and Zoe the Witch and Expo have done that pretty consistently, I think, throughout this season to great success. I mean, Cyberswipe's just a team that has really good team synergy in general.
A lot of those pillar plays that I've witnessed this point have been very good, and even the last point. The Rune is paying off a lot more this set than the previous 2, and I think that's going to be huge on this map. I think the Twin Drive just gave them a lot better positioning than what they had before with their Shadow, and it's paying off.
A nice save there from Assertive originally, but bit of a misplay from Expo Chan. Went for the Cyberswipe, and Victory Bacon had the overtime speed and the log to just launch it past all the defenders. And now Galactic Space Cows looking to bring this one back here. Got a big push in the corner with the soup up Firewall Sentry used defensively, and Cyberswipe will hold on to that barrier. All 3 members working hard to keep that barrier up, and now it looks like they're going to try and convert for a push of their own. So the Witch bring it down to the bottom side. A pass up to Expo. A nice roll from Victory Bacon, though. Keeps both standing. Expo Chan down to Zoe the Witch off the center, looking for this bottom side. A banish from Khalil allows the clear to happen and gets right back up to Mai. The pass splitter comes out, and that's the second barrier gone on Cyberswipe's side. Mai has a flip available, flips it on the line, sinks it right in, and Galactic Space Cows, they'll bring the set back from the brink. And we're going to a set 4. They have not gotten counted out of this one just yet. Victory Bacon going to be the MVP here. And this could be an important draft.
I take it back. I think, Galactic Space Cows might have got something out of that last draft with that Rune getting Twin Drive, because Rune really was all over the map, everywhere they needed to be, putting down annoying corner combo, corner pressure, everything they needed. There might have been a little bit of some Tycho drum shenanigans that got one of those points, but I gotta give it to them. Galactic Space Cows. They're no slouch. They're seed 2 for a reason. They're not just gonna leave this match without getting a set, and I actually foresee a second set coming after my got Fighter Flight. That's a huge pick.
You gotta watch out for the specialized training on X though. Very big pickup now. They did get a double spark here on Assertive, which is pretty nice. You get that extra cooldown on the Atlas. Expo was kind of forced to deny the Castellas, but Khalil still got prime time, so pretty good pickups kind of for both teams. They've got some stuff that they can work with. They both got their win cons, but I mean, X is still taking up quite a bit of space in those side lanes. A very easy KO there for Zoe the Witch, and it's another power play for Cyber Swipe. The Firewall Sentry comes out, so does the Banish. The blow into everything to try and get it past, but a nice shot from Zoe the Witch brings it to the top side, and Cyber Swipe will go first up yet again.
Unfortunately, Fighter Flight only gives you speed when you get hit, not when you get killed, so it's a little bit unfortunate that there was kind of a double kill on respawn there, but we might see change of pace. But this X is really Godzilla in the enemy goal box, and he's going to town.
Looking for another KO here, a double drum bounce. Expo Chan with a 6 KO streak, making that happen. Victory Bacon core flipping here for some time. A big banish coming out from Khalil. Does get Zoe the Witch though, and buys quite a bit of time. A flip in return, gonna bring down a barrier, and both sides at one. Assertive bringing a flip a bit early there. But now Expo Chan, Zoe the Witch looking for the second barrier. Victory Bacon, some nice timings on those strikes to get out of the X-Maximus, but Expo Chan able to clean it up and get that second barrier. Victory Bacon with the roll, but Zoe the Witch able to wait it out. I think Victory Bacon thought a bull rush was coming, but never was. It was just a strike, and Cyber Swipe now on game point here. One more to move on to game 2.
Will we see a reverse sweep in the set? So far, they've been able to change their fate, but can they do it a second time and get this point? Like, this is, playoffs, winners finals side, not winners finals, but the winner side, and that's really somewhere you want to stay. So every game, even if you still get 2 more chances, is just invaluable. It helps you with the mental, really.
And right now, both sides in a bit of a sticky situation as Expo Chan able to get in this top side. It was a nice defense here from Cyber Swipe, but now they got to secure this point and put this one away. Can't give any Galactic Space Cows any more chances right now. A pillar going up just in time to save it, but Assertive goes down for their efforts. And that's a goalie gone. Galactic Space Cows looking to make something happen. Zoe the Witch in the box. A nice clear around Mai. Expo Chan with a glitch pop. Back to herself for the core flip to sink it in. 1v1 against Victory Bacon. And Cyber Swipe will get it done. They'll take game 1 here. 3-1. I'll be moving on to game 2.
Yeah, that was a very textbook IME play with the Dumbu with an open goal. What do you do? Where do you go? Is it top? Is it bottom? Gotta take the gamble. And the gamble didn't pay off. Huge offensive pressure.
Cyber Swipe looking good, as always here. Zoe the Witch actually had the most redirects in that lobby, which is kind of interesting because that's not normally what you see on a forward, but that is how it turned out. Was that 13 KOs for Cyber Swipe? So not bad. I mean, they tend to do that. And moving into game 2 here, it looks like on night market. It's gonna be interesting to see Galactic Space Cows how they're gonna change up what they're doing here. They banned Juno last time, and I'm wondering if they're gonna switch it up this time, or if it even matters. I mean, all the picks are just so scary into this team. Part of me thinks that they just might need to pick now and try and sustain that way. They might need to just secure the now X for their team as their forward duo for night market. Really limit the damage that can come out, and you still, maintain decent control here. But I mean, Cyber Swipe have always just kind of been a very, very aggressive, very synergistic team that not a lot of teams have really found a good answer to them.
if I was them and I was facing down that team and I saw Night Market, I'd be like, I don't think we're getting the X repeat. That's what I would say. So.
Yeah, Night Market all about controlling the center here as well. And I think it's good to bet that Cyberswipe are gonna go with a ranged goalie this time. Mako was banned out last game. Well, they banned it out last game, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see a Kai or, honestly, a Juno goalie could come out here as well if it doesn't get banned again. But it's gonna be interesting to see how Galactic Space Cows end up responding to this, because
I know they're a strong team. I think they'll just look at what happened, consider the options, consider the meta, and I think they'll flip the script. I don't think they're gonna crumble that easily a second time.
I think they need Fight or Flight 1-2 Punch, by the way, are starting awakenings here. I'm putting big emphasis on now X as a combo here. I don't know. I don't know if there's a world where one or both of those two don't show up on this board, especially on this map with this start. And I really think Galactic Space Cows, unfortunately, they get their double pick second, so it's going to be a little bit rough in that case. We're going to see the forward duo from Cyberswipe first, more than likely, which isn't great for them.
No,
it's I think that's much more in favor of Cyberswipe here, because they can get Aimee and X or Asher, whoever they want, and kind of, Juliet even could be really good here, and just kind of go to town. But we'll see. Galactic Space Cow is going to ban out the Mako, actually. I don't know if that's... I don't think that's what I would have picked. I would have picked Judo or Aimee. And Cyberswipe going to actually ban out the Juno. So they're just keeping it. They're keeping what they're doing. And it's going to be a first pick Aimee for Galactic Space Cow. So they will be denying that off the table, which is pretty good here. The midfielder pool definitely limited. But there's the X. I expect this to either be a Now or an Era. Okay, they're actually going to go for the Atlas first. They're going to run that back. Interesting.
Wow. I didn't think we'd be seeing a lot of these picks again. But I guess we are.
Yeah, I didn't expect the Atlas, but there's the Now, there's a Kazan, and that's going to be Galactic Space Cows. I'm sorry, no, that's Cyberswipe. My bad. The names were messed up before. This is correct now. So, Cows picked the X and the Atlas. Now Kazan Aimee went over to Cyberswipe.
Okay. Okay.
I now seeing this correctly, this makes more sense.
Yeah, because I was gonna say they let him have it again. I can't believe this, but now I see why now I see the wisdom here. I
gotta say, I think the Atlas pick here is a mistake. I think they should have just picked Now X off rip. They shouldn't have picked the Atlas. I don't see what that does in this comp.
Atlas can hold it down on Night Market pretty well, though.
Yeah, well, so can Dubu. I mean, like, if you just want a melee goalie, like there's not going to be a double melee goalie pick in 4-5. Like, you have so many options. I don't know. I can't help but see that as like a kind of a blunder there. But we'll see how it turns out. I mean, Victory Bacon's a good goalie. He can definitely hold it down. I just think you just gave them Now Kazan. You just gave them a really good, like, the midfielder pool. If you had picked Now, Juno, Aimee, and Now are gone. That's a big pinch to to what is normally a relatively wide, role selection. There.
I don't know. I feel like that the low health pool of Now and Kazan is going to come into a factor this match. I feel like
maybe.
I feel like it might. I feel like that might be a factor.
I don't know.
It's kind of squishy.
I have to go the other way around here. I think Cyberswipe, they have loads of scaling potential as well. I would argue that they have actually more scaling potential here. And, like, Zoe the Witch has a pretty scary Kazan, and is getting Now buffed, and I assume it's actually going to be Oh, actually, it looks like they put Expo on goalie here. So this might actually be Expo Imi goalie if this stays, which would be weird. But I assume
Interesting
it's
change
Imi
of
goalie.
pace. I'm
I
interested
can't
to see it.
disagree
I'll
with
say
it.
that much.
I can't disagree with it. It's gonna just come down to the actual like quality of the gameplay. But I think on paper, Cyberswipe actually got away with a war crime with this draft. Like, there's no reason they should have gotten Imi and Nat. Well, like, they could have gotten one or the other, right? Because they were first pick. But the fact that they got both, I think is a little bit criminal.
Hey, sometimes confidence carries the day, and if they're willing to make a team change like this, I think they got what it takes to win. I mean, most people don't change it up unless they really believe they got what it takes to win, and when you have that kind of mental, it's hard to lose. So I think I'm interested. This night market game is going to be very exciting.
Yeah, and it will be Expo Chan on goalie. Cyberswipe coming in here with all the momentum and a scary comp as well. Fight or flight 1-2 punch is a wild awakening start here. Galactic Space Cows down a game on the X Atlas Estelle. Kind of old reliable here, I think. It almost feels like a bit of comfort picks, and we'll see if that's going to pay off against this kind of crazy hyper offense comp that Cyberswipe has going. It's going to be interesting for sure to see if Galactic Space Cows can bring this one back, but I think it's going to be an uphill battle for them here. They got to rely on getting Mai going on this X, but that's definitely going to be difficult with, you know, an Imi goalie who can kind of just deal damage back and also avoid a lot of it. Fight or flight all around except for Mai. Went for the 1-2. Slick kicks, actually, for Assertive and Zoe the Witch. Not something we see commonly on this map. Normally ruled by Magsouls nowadays, which is what Galactic Space Cows picked, but I guess they're assuming they're not going to be at the midfield. They're just going to be pushing up, so we'll see how that plays out for them.
So it looks like we're seeing a little bit of tech here. It looks like Assertive is still playing goalie, and we're seeing the eject button Imi tech for the midfield, which is something I've done before. It's actually pretty fun. So I think I'm glad to see it. It's been a long time since I've seen anybody try it, and to do it in NAST is pretty cool.
Yeah, it's definitely a weird thing, and I mean, obviously he's got the big disadvantage of your goalie doesn't have, you know, really good gear. You know, it's kind of, you could say, less efficient, but if they can make it work, then they can make it work, and I think if any team can make it work, it's probably Cyberswipe. So we'll see right now. So far, not really able to get too much going offensively, but they are holding it down for the most part. Slowly getting chipped away at here, though. Zoe the Witch is not looking healthy, and the expanse from Victory Bacon able to send it wide around the midfield. It will be Galactic Space Cows start off the first point.
Yeah, this is now I like the strategy, but the goalie does have to guard the goal box. There's still a goalie at the end of the day, so you know, when you have an open goal like that and you're facing down a team like Galactic Space Cows, you might have to respect and stay in the box a little bit more, but we'll see, especially with the midfielder able to be kind of anywhere they want and any time. They just have to, you know, remember that this is the comp they chose, and I'm sure they practice it, so they gotta keep that mindset that they're playing that instead of what they were playing last game. So that's my take on this.
We are seeing these barriers fall a little bit quicker here, though, on the side of Cyberswipe. Keeping the core up quite a bit, though. They are able to open up Galactic Space Cow side of the goal here. Zoe the Witch dashing in with a pop-up, but Assertive not able to catch up to the core. Going a little bit too far past now. This is something you got to be careful with. No one's back there to, like, actually feel like a proper goalie. Assertive wants to push up, but you know, when you're eject button goalie, you kind of stand back and then you go up with your eject button and you eject button back. But here we saw Assertive just kind of overcommit out of the goal box, you know, without an eject button, without any way to, you know, go up further, without any way to get back. And, well, 2 times now, that's been points that have just kind of gone in. So, we'll see if Cyberswipe are able to pull together here. They got the open goal, a nice pass. We'll see Zoe the Witch put up the first point. Cyberswipe will stay in this, but it's an interesting strategy, but the holes definitely show.
I think I'm seeing the team theory here, though. The Now can also teleport and blink back. And then Kazan also has a dash forward. I think this is like a jump scare team comp that they're trying to win with here. I mean, is it possible they can win with it? I think so. Is it likely? I don't know. If we see any more points like the first two, it just might not make the cut, but we'll see.
Yeah, well, the big glaring flaw, right, is if Expo Chan wants to eject button, one, she's got to be on her side of the field. It's usually coming from around midfield, and now ult does not go anywhere near as far as eject button. And if you cast it, you want to go backwards with it, you have to cast it on yourself, and it doesn't go very far at all. So that backfield is definitely really open on Cyberswipe's side of the field, and I feel like we're really not seeing as much like goalie aggression as we normally see from a regular eject button goalie. But we'll see here. They have another open goal. They can make something happen. Nice setup from the primary Expo Chan jumping in here as we go into overtime, and this is where Kazan wants to be. Khalil blinking in. He rotated back around, passing over to Mai here, but sort of able to make the rotation, get it back to Zoe the Witch. A crook leverage to the center, but Victory Bacon makes the clear. And now back to Expo Chan. It's going to fall back just a bit, though. A little bit more work to do. A glitch pop, but the Expanse sends it wide. And once again, it's going to hit the Demon Angle just around Assertive's core flip. And Galactic Space Cows will take set 1.
That... I don't know, the lockdown goalie might be the strat this match. I really do like the theory behind the jump scare comp. I think it's cool. I like seeing something new, but that first set hasn't sold me yet. If I can still be sold, I'm not that easy to block out. I can still be sold, but I'm gonna have to see it this set. And with the draft like this, well, extra special on the Now. You know, if this is the strategy they want to do, that's the kind of item they need to do it. But it looks like we have another game crash, perhaps.
All right, well. While we wait for that, we can look at what we got here in the draft. Khalil got Rapid Fire. Victory Bacon got the Pancakes yet again. This is a really good Atlas build so far, just a lot of speed. We need some cooldown to make it good, but Expo Chan got the Aerials, which is, of course, going to be good on Imee size, on Zoe the Witch, always going to be nice and assertive, like you mentioned. Got the Happy Star, but it's... we didn't even see... sorry. We didn't even see that many Now ults come out from Assertive.
Yeah.
If it really feels like she was just kind of walking in between the goal box and, like, the midfield, like where the barriers, like, in that area, rather than being back and rather than being up, it was just sort of this... I feel like it was just this, like, kind of awkward position. And that's why we saw so many times the court would just go around her. Because it feels like you should have some way of getting back and getting up. It's like this indecision of going forward versus going backwards, and kind of neither are happening. And I feel like, you know, in the same vein, we haven't seen too many good eject button plays from Expo Chan. Like, yeah, you blink up to, you know, have the offense go, but if you want to use eject button, it means you have to blink back, which means you're not pushing up anymore. And if you don't use eject button, then you're just wasting eject button. So I gotta really question it. Like, I don't think this is a good idea. I gotta say it. Like, I don't think this is working at all. I really don't. I think literally, I think if Expo just plays goalie and just lets assertive midfield, I think this becomes like a million times better and just works 80 times more efficiently. It's the same thing but better. Like, am I wrong?
No, I think,
wrong?
Well, the thing is I didn't get sold on the first set, so I'm kind of I kind of have to agree. If it, like I said, if somehow this set they flip this script, I could be sold. I do like off picks, but again, like, sometimes it's just not possible. But we just have to get our player back, you know? The outcome can't be determined until that happens. Sounds like it,
looks like they'll be back in a minute or two. So, it looks like they are coming back, but might just be.
Yeah, they're in the Twitch chat saying it's loading Switch player. I mean, Switch, not exactly the fastest console on the market, but it does play Omega Strikers.
It does indeed play Omega Strikers. But yeah, I mean, literally, just have Expo literally play goalie the rest of the game, and Assertive just plays midfield. It's so like I don't know, like it because then the eject button is actually getting value, and then you also have like a midfielder. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if they commit to the bit, or if they do decide to switch it up if they lose a second set. They
certainly had time to listen to our commentary.
Yeah, they had time to hear us out, and think about it.
The ball is in your court,
Yeah,
the
ball's in your court. Yeah. It's in your court and also kind of in the back of your net most of the time, but...
I think they have 5 minutes. I didn't look at the clock.
5 minutes? I thought it was 2 minutes.
I thought it was 5. It's been a while since I've looked at the time rule.
But they said that they're loading, so...
Yeah.
I think it ultimately comes up to the teams and the TOs of how they handle a situation like this.
There does have to be gameplay eventually, right? And I'm more willing to just see what the Cyber Swipe wants to do. But I do think they'll make it back in time. I just hope it's not one of those horrible glitches that are known to happen where one player just can't come back. And my fear has been resolved because they're back. Now we just have to wait for them to move.
All right. So they should be loading in. So should be able to get back into it soon. But yeah, we're gonna have a funky 0.1 here. Of course, we start in overtime.
Yeah, knowing Kazan, this overtime probably won't be won by Space Cows in this first point. But you know, maybe not. Maybe not. Kazan's overtime is pretty strong.
Well, they're also. I mean, Cows is also gonna have pretty decent speed here too. I mean, you still have a Stealth primary and X has 1-2 punch, like still able to hit that thing pretty hard. But we're back, getting into it finally, and it'll be Mai actually starting off with a double barrier and a quick.
I'm wrong again.
Leo with a quick blink off the center. I mean, there you go. How's that for a 6-second goal right there after about a 2-minute wait? And Galactic Space Cows, I mean, they just started off strong.
Wow. Wow. All that talk about Kazan overtime proven wrong in 6 seconds. Amazing. But yeah, we'll hop right back into the match. We'll see if we'll see a repeat of the last set, or like I said, maybe there's that will pay off this set. If that first point is anything to go off of, I don't think it will be. But here we go, a nice double barrier by Kazan, and we are back to normal Omega Strikers as planned.
And now pushing up into the corner here, Assertive teleporting up, but it's Expo Chan with the blink is able to make the play happen. So get into the bottom. That double barrier set up quite a bit there for Cyber Swipe, and finally able to put some points up on the board. Got some energy economy here to work with as well. We'll see if they can make the comeback happen. That's already off kickoff, looking to apply some pressure.
Yeah, and pressure they are bringing, because this is what Cyber Swipe is known for. They're invaluable pressure, and it is looking rather close this set. I think maybe that time has really helped them reset their mental to play the comp that they planned on playing and play a little bit less like they did last game. Get, you know, fresh mind. Yes, we're committed to our comp. And yeah, I think that little break might have helped them. We'll see.
2 core flips available, but Zoe the Witch is staggered. Nice little combo there, and Mai able to finish her off. Khalil gonna pick up the second barrier on the power play now. And pushing up to the midfield. Assertive now switching places with Expo Chan, pushing up to become the midfielder for a bit. Burns the flip to buy some time, and now Zoe the Witch will be back as we roll into overtime. Core flip here for victory. Bacon snatched away by Zoe the Witch with the crook leverage. As the barrier gone, and a KO off the top spin. Now all the power in the hands of Cyber Swipe with the power play here. Sort of a pass down. Expo Chan looking to pass it back up. Blinking in, but the Expanse shuts that down. few more seconds, and Khalil is back. Got to sneak it through the firewall sentry, but Zoe the Witch is waiting up top and able to poke it in. And that will be Cyberswipe picking up the second point. Now on set point here, a chance to bring this back.
That's looking way better than the last set already, and who knows? Maybe that extra special has something to do with it. I don't think that's what it is, but it is. This is certainly a much better set for Cyberswipe. Not just going off points, but it just looks like just the way they're playing together is really good here. I hope Mai doesn't have the issue where they don't have their abilities when they reconnect. But I hope that's not what's causing this set to not be as fire as the last one for them. But we'll see. We'll see if even that matters. If Galactic Space Cows can really clutch up this game too.
Two barriers down. Not looking good. Barriers have been falling pretty quickly this set here. Now Victory Bacon going for the flip, not looking to get tripped up by this Kazan yet again. Mai does have a core flip available here. Still two barriers to get through. Victory Bacon bringing it back up. Khalil with the piercing shot, going to go for the flip. It's going to get blocked away, and Mai looking to recover on the bottom side, but ends up with nothing. And Expo Chan with the glitch pop, setting up the firewall sentry here. And Assertive pushing up just a little bit. Looking for an opportunity. Core flip throw from Mai. It's going to take forward off the board. Now it's a power play for Galactic Space Cows. A second barrier falls, and Victory Bacon sends a core back in, looking to procure this point. Khalil unloading the abilities. The Thorn's not enough. Assertive with the core flip gets it back out of there. Zoe the Witch with the dribble, looking for a shot down the center. To be able to find it in Cyberswipe. They'll take a set now, tying it up 1-1, making things happen.
All right. I said I might be sold. I'm sold now. I'm sold. I think the comp works. It can work here. It can work. I think if we see Cyberswipe get Twin Drive, and Aimi can blink up and blink back more, or just, timeless and just immense pressure, just nothing but forward pressure, never letting the core come past the midfield, it might be the play. We'll see.
We have the Hmong Titans pick up here for Assertive. And even more size. This is basically triple size Kazan right now with Fighter Flight. It's absolutely disgusting. And Zoe, which was putting in quite a bit of work offensively that last couple of points. And, well, now this has kind of become the problem character for Galactic Space Cows, is just dealing with this. They're able to pick up one barrier here off the kickoff and see if they're able to get much more. So far, this Kazan is just going to prove to continue to be a menace. Zoe the Witch picking up a barrier of her own. Looking for a second one. A nice blink from Expo. Is able to find it. And that's an open goal yet again for Galactic Space Cows. Cyberswipe pushing up. Crooked leverage to the shot to the top side. The top spin forces out the core flip. And Expo just sends it right back in. Blinking up. Assertive now in the mix. All three members, but all three members of Cows there to respond. Now Zoe the Witch looking for it again. The Astral Projection going to block that one. Going down to the bottom side. Goes for the dribble. Bringing it up to the top side. Looking for the dribble. But Victory Bacon with the Strike War will find the time to get it back around. But Galactic Space Cows just can't get any push of their own going. And now they're in a dangerous spot. They have a core flip available on Expo. A nice piercing shot from Khalil, though. Gets the barrier and a shot to the middle. Right through Expo. Mixes up Assertive. And Cows able to steal that point away in what looked like a really scary situation.
Yeah, I can tell Galactic Space Cows really wants to win this game. Even though they lost the last set, they definitely figured out what they have to do against this immense pressure, and that's not easy, because you don't really have to play against comps like this very often, so it's not really a counterplay book to this kind of strategy that's well known. But, I mean, just being able to defend and adapt like they are is what it's going to take in order to win. But I will agree with you. This supersized Kazan, I would not want to face that. I can tell you that much. This character has hitboxes the size of a truck, and just like a truck, they'll get plowed through the goal box, and they'll just score.
Yeah, there's literally nowhere that Mai was able to send that. That crook leverage took up so much space. It's kind of crazy. I mean, this is why Cyberswipe is so difficult to draft against, right? It's like, no matter what you ban, they're going to get what they want. Whether it's a brawler pick or a midfield pick. Things are looking kind of rough here, but Assertive not able to get back in time. Mai capitalizing on the mistake. Just going to rush in for the KO and confirming the point here, Galactic Space Cows. They were tied up, and now they're winning the set. One more to take it. But Zoe the Witch with a quick kickoff there goes for an insta-flip and doesn't find much. We'll get it on the rebound, though. The first barrier gone. Cyber Swipe. Look to take back some points and tie it up.
Yeah, I think it's just a matter of really trying to be very patient against Cyberswipe. They are an aggressive team, and sometimes you just have to know that they're gonna be. Oh, wow! I did not expect that to happen that fast. I think Cows has had a bit of an epiphany on how they can turn this game around, and I think they'll do it here. I mean, Atlas can get Manu, Hot Shot. Very good for the defense, especially against this Kazan. He may even deny the Might of the Colossus. I would not want to fight Kazan with Might of the Colossus. And they do. Very, very... I'm going to say interesting. Because they didn't have to, but maybe they did have to. That's kind of the mindset on that one. We're seeing one of Estelle's favorite awakenings. Hotshot, Kazan getting some survivability. Manu now, I mean... Whoa. What can I say?
Yeah, it's Manu goalie now here, which is, it's pretty decent. It's going to help out a lot. Just be more speed boost, especially when you're tiny from the Titans. But yeah, it feels bad that you have to deny more size for Zoe the Witch. You still ended up getting peak performance, which is like, still really good awakening, and you already have big fish, so it's still rough because now Kazan did get bigger. It just got faster. And already 2 barriers down yet again on the side of Galactic Space Cows here. Zoe the Witch working up the field. We'll get interrupted a bit here. Expo Chan looking to procure the rock, bring it back up to the top side, looking for the dribble, Astral Projection to bring it out, but Victory Bacon burning these cooldowns. Another good rotation. Could see the core go in, Assertive holding it down against Mai here, looking to get it back, but Khalil in the midfield making things a little bit difficult. A nice piercing shot, able to snag that second barrier. Now it's both sides open, Assertive rushing up, has the core flip, sinks it through Khalil. The Rose Thorns just a little bit too late, but caught in the animation of using them, so couldn't strike it.
Yeah, very unfortunate thing I witnessed was Estelle tried to blink through the middle, and unfortunately they didn't make it to the other side. And that honestly might have cost him that point. I don't think it was necessarily a skill issue, just the game decided not, this side isn't for you, but, it is what it is sometimes. But yeah, that was a very good play by Cyberswipe, and this pressure is coming back to the other team with a power play like that.
Flips getting traded here for the barriers. The battle over midfield now. Zoe the Witch trying to procure the rock, but Mai as well. Dribbling up the field. It will get stolen away here by this Kazan. Galactic Space Cows trying to keep it in this top corner best that they can, but it's very difficult with all these hooks and little drones trying to use it, and they will clear it out. Zoe the Witch going to be the one to pick up that second barrier now. Expo has a flip available as the core gets rotated down to the bottom side. Cyberswipe looking to take control of it. Core being burned here, goes to the bottom. Not a good angle on that, but might have another opportunity on the rebound. Zoe trying to keep it in the top. Khalil holding it down. And Mai coming back on the defense as well. The Firewall Sentry coming out here. Zoe the Witch pushing up, goes for the pop-up. That's a KO onto Khalil and Expo Chad with the Cyberswipe, sinking it right in. Making it a 2v2 at the perfect moment. Cyberswipe now on set point here. Looking to bring it to a set 5.
Yeah, Cyber is showing their patented offense gameplay, and it is working out despite the strange comp. But, I mean, I don't think their competent play are going to be defensive in the first place, especially because this is a jump scare comp. It can't afford to be defensive. It has to be all in, all or nothing. And this set has definitely been the all part and not a lot of nothing, so gonna have to see if that continues. And it does. 3-0 on this set. This is what they need to close out this game.
Set 5 here, absolutely big. I mean, these sets have been going kind of one way or the other all night here. We see a couple sparks showing up Mai the only one really invested in that, but we also see, of course, Primetime Perfect Form and, well, notably more size. Zoe the Witch now rocking 3 size awakenings plus Titans. Really scary stuff there. Perfect Form going over to Victory Bacon. Solid Atlas build. Stagger Swagger on the Aimee. Primetime for Khalil on the Estelle. Glass Cannon for Assertive is definitely going to be nice. And a second Spark here for Mai will be Speed plus Spark of Strength. So a pretty good X build. Pretty good Atlas and Estelle builds here for Galactic Space Cows. But is it enough to contend with this insane raid boss Kazan and the supporting cast, really? Is what it tends to feel like at this point. We'll see.
I mean, I'm gonna have to agree. I think that's the right description of what we're witnessing here. If the Kazan goes down, winnable. If they don't, might not be winnable, but we'll see. That might be the win con. Beat Kazan off the screen. But it is not so far happening. But I mean, it's just this core barely ever gets to the other side, and that would just be a sinking feeling in my heart, having to play against this.
Well, they managed to pick up the KO on Zoe the Witch, and now Galactic Space Cows looking to make the most of this power play. They get 1 barrier. They're looking for more, but Zoe respawning at a favorable time here. Will be enough to push it in. Expo blinking up with an instant core flip there. Well, not totally instant, but pretty quick. Able to sink it past the Expanse before that could even come out. Victory Bacon actually went for the flip first. I think that was just enough time for the Expanse to be late. Definitely feels bad to lose the flip and the point like that, but Cyber Swipe gonna start it off in set 5.
Yeah. Oh wow, and that's the kind of play we need to see from Galactic Space Cows if there's gonna be a game 3.
What a shot! Ricochet off the middle as well for that barrier by Mai. And they just got to make the most of these power plays when they get him, because it seems like as soon as Zoe the Witch comes back, everything just falls apart. That second barrier is gone from Galactic Space Cows. They're able to pick up one in return. Both sides open, but Zoe the Witch dribbling up the field. Expo blinking up. Core flip for the KO and sinks it to the bottom. Cyber Swipe on match point here. When they get the momentum going, it just doesn't stop. Galactic Space Cows, their last chance to try and save this.
Yeah. And this chance is running very, 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 very slim. But if they manage to flip the defense to the other side, it could still be done. But it is going to take a lot of work from the midfielder and the goalie in this open goal situation. And Mai will have to survive if they have any plans on taking this to a game 3. And an incredible save!
But, yeah, Zoe the Witch flipping as well. It is blocked away. They're looking for the crooked leverage, trying to go for the shot. Doesn't find much there in face of the Expanse. Echo Chan blinking up, Assertive as well. Doesn't have too many options here. Core flip from Victory Bacon sends it down to the bottom. Mai bull rushing in, trying to get something, but it's going to get poked away. Zoe the Witch pushing in hard, goes for the pop-up. Khalil is there on the defense, and Expo trying to blink back in time. Doesn't quite make it. That's both sides down and opened up. Mai able to live off the Atlas ult. The Firewall Sentry coming in. Crooked leverage brings it back down, and they can't force it through. Expo with the Sentry. It's enough for Cyber Swipe to take the point, and they'll end up winning the match here. 3-2 in set 5. Well, that's the set score. 3-0 in set 5, really. And Cyber Swipe take the series. They'll be moving on to the winners finals.
Wow, I mean, the signature character for Cyber Swipe, Aimee, getting to Cyber Swipe twice and making it look like why it's the mascot character. It's quite good, and especially that game with the eject button midfield strategy. It didn't just pay off, it paid off huge, and they won.
114 shots, 270 redirects on Zoe the Witch. Definitely looking like the MVP of that match.
Oh, yeah.
And
that Kazan got super sized.
Yeah, that was absolutely scary to have to contend with, but yeah, it was a weird comp from Cyber Swipe, but they ended up making it work. I do gotta credit, I think, a lot of that just to Zoe the Witch getting big and, playing well with Expo naturally, but they made it work. I mean, this is a team I think that can just kind of do whatever they want and just play better to win more. And I think they just proved that with that match right there. But solid gameplay there. They'll be advancing on. Galactic Space Cow is going to be moving to the losers bracket here. I think that means that they're facing Cat Munch Enjoyers. Yes, they'll be facing Cat Munch Enjoyers in the losers quarterfinals next week.
And that'll be another heater match, I imagine. For sure. I mean, yeah. I think if any team can come out of losers, it's got to be Galactic Space Cows. Again, seed 2 for a reason. I think they definitely showed their strength in that game too. But it just might have been they're just not used to playing against such a unusual comp that they just couldn't adapt in time for it to matter. The set, especially because it looked like they played the comp completely different after that first set, where they kind of realized, oh yeah, I'm a goalie. I need to focus a little bit more on goalieing and then teleport up. Once they got extra special, they can be more risky with it. So that really seemed to formulate the plan that honestly won the match, in my opinion.
Well, Cyberswipe moving on. Coming up next, we're going to have our second winner semifinal match of the night. Polar Cortex versus Famine F Corp. Winner of that will be facing Cyberswipe. We're going to be throwing it to a bit of a break here, a few minutes, while we get that all set up for you. So stick around, and when we come back, be match 2 of winner semis.
And hello, everyone. Welcome to our second matchup today, following our first upset of Cyber versus Cows. I'm here with Malachi here yet again to introduce the second game of the season. Oh, not season, the playoffs. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. I think after that last game, upsets are definitely real and they definitely happen. But with the pure power of Polar Cortex this season, I would be shocked but very, very interested to see if they can lose this game. But with what I've witnessed so far this season from Polar Cortex, that is going to be a very hard ask from Famine Corp. But last week, they did an upset themselves. So it can happen again. And, you know, as a caster, spectator, and tournament organizer, I do love when things don't go exactly as planned. Definitely makes things a bit more interesting. And I'm here to see it. And I really do love watching these matches, and I think we're probably in for an interesting one here.
Yeah, 11-0 Polar Vortex as the first seed. They pick up, well, not pick up, but Famine Corp, I like to play the Night Market here as our first game. As we go into the game here, our starting awakenings, fortunately, we don't have to change them. Fighter, Flight, and 1-2 Punch. These comps, though, are looking really interesting, though. You have Julie, Amy, and Bucko versus the Asher, Rasmus, and Juno here. As it looks like Flowers is opting for Juno.
Yeah, we're seeing kind of like same match, different picks, and that's gonna make it more interesting to say the least than our last game. So we're gonna see very similar stuff here. So it's really not common that RNG does this 2 in a row, but you know, we'll see different picks, so it's gonna be a completely different game. And
Yeah, I mean, at least hopefully we don't have to see what happened last week, you know?
yeah, true.
Surely won't happen again. Yeah. No worries, no worries, no. As we go into game
Had to be
here.
there. Don't worry. It'll be up on YouTube. You can watch last week's NAST.
And fun fact for everyone, the name Chaotic actually opting for the Slick Julie. And also Fighter Julie, instead of having to go for Palmer's 1-2 punches, we pick off the early point here. Not much really going on so far, even though it's been 6 seconds in, really 5 and 4 as the clock is winding down. But both seem to have a good hold of it so far.
Yeah, I think it's pretty fairly standard right now. Nothing big flashy. You know, no one's got ults yet, so that's pretty standard for Omega Strike. And there goes name Chaotic right off the board. Gwimmy said no more of that. And we're going to see a continuation of their pressure after getting the power play, making the power play worth it pretty fast, and taking both barriers in quick succession.
Yeah, Name Chaotic coming back on the board here, the full having nothing to work with in terms of barriers, but it doesn't matter as Name Chaotic finds a power play of their own, KOing Gloomy off the map, and Tot of Flowers both trying to commit to that offensive pressure, trying to make sure it doesn't go through, but Name Chaotic finding the second barrier and opening up the goal barrier. A flips to the bottom side, doesn't find it, but still, Gloomy coming back online doesn't mean the pressure is over just as he finds another kill. Gloomy finding the second kill of this game. And currently, it's looking very, very dangerous as Polar Cortex only have 2 people defend against Asher Juno in this very, very chaotic point.
Yeah, that was an absolutely super good play. Even the Mako almost helped him score, and then power play made it a reversal, but and then Name Chaotic just scores a goal just like that. I think if the cyber swipe went off before they got killed, it probably would have ended that point a bit faster. But yeah, I think we're gonna see a lot of power plays, both directions this game, and that's really gonna be what it takes to win a game of Night Market, anyways. So I'm here for it.
I mean, Julie versus Asher is still 2 of basically the same character, but just different abilities in general, being able to dash in and really kill with the secondary primary. As Gloomy finds both barriers too. Again, this is a very early start as Flowers even finds to go to the top side. On the only 21-second point, even though not the fastest, it's still a very, very quick change of pace.
Yeah, compared to the last point, it took a little less time, or a lot more time last point, and that one a lot less. I think that 1-2 punch is really going to be why the Juno was picked here to really make those goals just slip in unexpectedly. You know, we got 2 mag soldiers versus 1 mag soldier, so we'll have to see if these awakening picks will make the difference between the 2 teams.
Yeah, and again, just having mag souls as an option just means that you're able to cross the midfield line really fast and keep up that pressure even though you're a solo player. But again, it kind of matters if you have the flips online. As far as flips once doesn't get the barrier first off, but Glimmy starts a flip ready to go. As a lot of flips are being burnt on this exact point, one barrier being found off of one flip. And Fatah just dribbling around, still trying to find some value and trying to get Glimmy the core, but Polar Cortex is still holding it really strongly, even burning a flip in the process, but it's deflected by Flowers, and again, Glimmy, almost no stagger, but still a lot of energy as Flowers sends it to the bottom side past the strike shots. And it's 2-1.
Yeah, this is looking like Famine has a game to win here, which is pretty important because, like I said, this is Seed 1 who lost no games, I believe 11-0. And I mean, that's not the team I want to be facing in any tournament, honestly. So, but like these repeated power plays that Famine is getting, just, I mean, that really makes it hard to play Omega Strikers when you're constantly in a 2v1, or sorry, 2v3. And yeah, you just don't want to be there.
Yeah, full flipping for that to get out of succession and does find the barrier in the process. What a great flip as he comes back online here. Unfortunately, that barrier also falls for the Fool as it's currently set point here as we're looking to see some sort of play go on if Foil, of course, can find it, and they do actually. The dribble off of the fiery punch does set it right back to Name Chaotic, who sent it to the top side, and it's currently 0.5 again.
Yeah, the dribbling there with the fight or flight plus the Mako speed plus the slicks really enables her to make a play like that where she can dribble it up and then go for an opposite corner kind of play. You know, because the enemy's not quite sure how... Ooh, there's that power play we keep talking about. Almost a double power play. That Juno slime was looking devious right there. And the patience from Name Chaotic. I mean, that's really something you need if you want to be a winner at Omega Strikers. Usually, he who acts second wins first in this game, and that is a huge play. Just like that, I takes the goal.
And it's just great plays in general. This kind of just shows why Polar Cortex is the greatest, well, the best team so far in the regular season as they take that first set. Julie coming up as the MVP will have a lot to pick here. Even though they went stacks on stacks, they still have a lot of choices to take, especially that perfect form, which she does elect to take.
Perfect form. Being one of Julie's Abyss Awakenings for sure. Could have opted for Catalyst, and both work great, I think. I think the cooldown is probably better in this meta just because more cooldown equals more damage equals more power plays, and that's kind of been the name of the game here. Mako getting any Dash Awakening for her team is pretty strong. The Catalyst will help Glimmy if you know, multi-hit strategy, you know, becomes the strategy for Polar. And, you know, Aimee has always been known for being kind of a timeless demon. So, I think kind of the draft just favors Polar here, but I could be wrong.
And Polar here showing off why that draft goes in their favor as Name Chaotic with the dash gets it right through the top, but in the process, Glimmy does KOA off the map, means that he'll lose his built-up energy for the first part, but who needs energy when you have that first point there to give yourself a little bit of momentum heading to the second point here. And as you said earlier with the draft, like, again, kind of just draft being broken this time of the day is just really important as you kind of just need to scale off. And Todd having that extra size will be making good use of it so far as she's been able to sort of hold it down on her own, but maybe not for long as Glimmy finds a second KO too on the other side of the map, but with flips her ability, she does flip it to the top side, and that's another point for Famine Corp.
You know, one thing I'm pointing out is, despite that Famine Corp is killing a lot and getting a lot of power plays, it feels like Polar Cortex does more with less. I don't know if that exactly makes sense, but it certainly feels like it.
I mean, currently they're holding down their own really well as so far they've brought it to. I mean, they brought it to the first like they brought that first set to 0.5 and potentially will be taking another point if possible. But again, holding on against the #1 team kind of just shows that maybe they're built for this, and maybe their record doesn't matter, as they're holding on really well, especially with even though Gumi's a little bit low, doesn't get KO'd by the Julie there, but again, they're just winning all these strike wars and making sure that Diamond don't really stand a chance just yet unless they can find a KO really early on, and it's looking the case again as they find the second barrier too.
Yeah, I guess you could say this team might be built different, despite the fact that built different is not in this match currently. But, you know, with the skill of this Julie and the way they've been really landing their abilities on the goalie to get the objectives, just kind of huge, honestly. I mean, you could have fooled me. But yeah, it's looking really good now that they're the team with the power play, and usually when they have the power play, they really make it count. Losing that barrier is a bit rough, but I think they can do it if they just play this patiently.
Yeah, and Flowers and A both electing to waste to use their flips there. Flowers getting the Bull Berry in response, and A flipping to try to get it past Batat, but Batat does save it. Even elects to flip on their own accord, but I get momentum on the side of Polar Cortex there as they have completely controlled the ball. Even the fact that it goes so fast means that they can't really do much against this offense, and again, just setting up over and over means that that goal will be found. Flowers, unfortunately, with the Juno primary, will send it back wide.
That's a rough climb. I get what they were going for, and the turret would have been out of range if they sword angled it, I think, but you know, angles is everything in an Omega Strikers, and 5 degrees can really make or break a goal, and there we saw where that really happened.
Yeah, and again, just the fact that they're able to coordinate so flawlessly could be what decides this game, especially since both teams have been playing extremely well, as Fool used the flip there. Unfortunately, doesn't find anything though, but the pressure is still being kept on by Polar Cortex. So we'll almost find the second barrier. We'll find the second barrier too, as Namecotic just dashes it right in. That's another set for Polar Cortex as they enter set match.
I mean, the Julie flowchart is flowing with gold this game, as just Patat has just an absolute monster of a Juliet, just flame flurrying, dash punch, regular dash. It's just all bad for them this game. We haven't been seeing a lot of dash punch kills, but we've been seeing very fast objectives. I think that's just the name of the game for the Polar Cortex. Gwemi has been getting a lot of kills, but again, I think they've got to make those power plays make more if they want to stay in this game.
Yeah, I think they should. I mean, you said it. Sure, you kind of just took the words right out of my mouth. Like, Gwemi has been finding the KOs needed, and like that last set, we didn't really see any of that happening, and that might have been a maxi beat just be the win con for Corp, just trying to force out just anything in general, and being able to either put your lives at risk or put yourself in a bad position where you have to fight the 2v3, and again, just being able to do that might be what gets them that game here, as Name Chaotic just completely bullying them, taking both barriers as well, but Batat still trying to hold on, even trying to evade there. Won't find any value though, as the Fool pushed up, watching to get Name Chaotic on a sliver, and he does! Circuit right past Batat, who unfortunately strikes at the wrong time.
I will gotta say, the new Julie emote is getting a lot of use this game, and for good reason. They are showing off some very, very exciting and noteworthy plays with these goals. You know, look at this goal, look at that goal. That's what we're seeing this game. And I think we're going to look at a lot more goals come the next, you know, the rest of the series.
Yeah, and the Polar Cortex having all 3 flips to their disposal right now, even though Namecotic is getting a little bit hefty. Might have to use that flip soon. Gumi opting to use that flip to try to kill. Does find the kill off the primary too, as the Fool used the flip of his own, unfortunately misstriking it. And again, power play for the side of Diamond, but they had to find some value in this in order to take back the momentum that once was theirs. Again, A having to push up, having to dash in, gets the flip off, gets the barrier too. And A looking really low himself, and Namecotic's back on the board yet again. And the 3v3 on the side just doesn't mean if they can like find a goal here, again, this just means that the power play was for nothing, as Gwemi is still looking for options trying to get the core to her, and it might not be doable because they're holding on so well, and the fact that you're just holding on means that the game's completely in your hands.
Yeah, I'm just pressure. It's a lot like what we saw in the last series, with the way Cyberslipe was playing. Polar Cortex is a very similar team. They have a very, very strong pressure, and it's just easy to buckle under the weight of that pressure. And especially with a Julie playing Julie, as good as a Julie can play Julie, it really makes the difference in this matchup. Especially against another melee goalie. It's just melee character versus melee character. Just the way they win against each other is really feast or famine, so we have to see.
So far, match points for Fuller Cortex right now. One barrier piece up for both teams here as Name Chaotic is trying to look for that surprise play against Bata. A flipping the core away, and Gwimi counter flipping too, putting Name Chaotic to stagger level. Might be looking for the KO too as A is trying to desperately hold on. Them being both low as the Fool pushes up too, even uses his own flip for the offense and finds a second barrier. Now Bata, nothing to her name right here as we see A and Name kind of starting to push up yet again, regaining their stagger, and let's see if they can end it right here. They almost do there with the dash punch, but Batat saving it still, holding it down so well. But again, the fact that you have so much pressure on the side is going to be hard to crack.
Yeah, that looked like a lot of the right plays, and the good rotation from, being staggered to play some defense so the goalie flip could go up, and, it was a very fantastic Mako ult for pressure, and then it just kind of flipped out, and now they're kind of on the back foot. But holding well.
Holding extremely well are both goalies, too. Even with the pressure of having match point up is up for grabs right now. It doesn't really matter as the tie with a great save means that that core will be staying away for Name KO for a little bit longer, but again, he's coming with flip. He might even use it, if possible, if he can get it. He has to flip up as well, and unfortunate bounce will mean that Batai will be having to do a little bit of work to get that goal out, but it doesn't even matter.
There it is.
With the pass splitter, we'll find that first point, and this could be a turning point, if anything.
Definitely a morale booster, I imagine. They need it because the last few minutes have been rough for them, to say the least. So they need this change of pace if they're going to take this back. Name Chaotic looking very low. Because I guess the one way to get the pressure off is just kill the pressure, but literally, haven't quite gotten another power play, which has been helping them in the past, and they're gonna need to keep power plays if they're gonna win. I think that is the win con, but there goes the power play in the opposite direction, and we'll see probably them. Ooh, no, they did not take the barrier. But yeah, it's really back to back.
Yeah, holding down that barrier. As Baton and Fire is still on the offensive again, trying to find that first barrier. Find the second barrier too. Match point right now. Name Chaotic doing everything he can to get this point over with, saying we are Polar Cortex and we will be finishing this point really strong as the dash comes in. Great save of Batat too means that unfortunately they will have no upcoming energy for this as Name Chaotic does have his flip up. This is crucial right now. If they can get Name Chaotic the core, it might be game over already, but Name Chaotic to the bottom side with a flip and it's scored. Polar Cortex picked the first game.
That is the Polar Cortex we've seen so far in Nasty. And to say one thing about this team is nasty. You do not want to mess with this team. They haven't taken the series yet. We could see Famine bring it back. It wasn't like they got totally destroyed. They did get power plays. It wasn't like they were unable to kill, unable to make any sort of plays. They can definitely do it. They have to focus up. They have to say, you know what, all good. I'm going to lock in. I'm going to score some goals. And that's just the mindset they need to go into this with.
I mean, they even did well against them the first set. Like, they were actually putting on the pressure against Polar Cortex, but I think what went wrong was that they just couldn't find enough KOs. Like, again, KOs were so important that it definitely turned the side of anything to just whoever can KO faster and get that power play done would mean the end of the game, but unfortunately they couldn't find enough KOs to keep it out of balance. As we probably saw, like, I think it was 7-3, Gwimi having 7 and Name Chaotic only having 3 KOs, but it's just that the fact that they couldn't find enough of that in the end was just, I mean, it wouldn't be enough at the end. It would be more of like they have to make use of that, you know? Like, if you can't confirm or convert on your power plays, then it's just game over right there.
Yeah, and a lot of what we saw was like they'd have the power play, try to make the play, and the core would be on the wrong side of the field. And unfortunately, when that happens, the respawn timer, despite the fact that dispatch you can be off the board a lot of the time, compared to like let's say some other games, the respawn timer isn't really that long in Omega Strikers. So if you don't make it count, you won't make it count, and that's kind of the problem. So I think just lock in those power plays, focus up, pass, get around the goalie, and just jam. You know,
Yeah.
go back to the drawing board. I don't think the comp was the problem. I think it was just execution. I think it's just execution.
Yeah, and I think that that game was truly, it wasn't really out of control, but it means that Famine Corp will have their map taken away from them. That was Famine's pick of basically Night Market, and now we're heading on to the Clarion Test Chamber. I think this is one of Polar's most important like maps. I'm not too sure about that myself, but this is one of their better maps that they would like to play a lot.
Yeah, last time I saw Polar play on this map, I think it was almost a 09 game. So we might see it again. I know they're really good at this map. They play it insanely aggressive. It looks like Famine Corp is busting out a pretty aggressive comp this time, while it seems Famine. No, it seems like Polar. Yeah, it seems like Polar is going on a more, what I would say, defensive comp if the sides are right, because I see Rasmus.
Yeah,
So I don't think that's
right. Well,
Patat.
So
Yeah. So it looks like Polar might be denying the Rasmus goalie, maybe.
Polar yeah, I think they just took it away from what's out there. And again, like this band's like so similar in the sense that you're banning out one person. Like Famine bans out Name Kyoto Suzanne, and like Vertex ended up banning out Fitz Flowers' Vice, and then Julie, and then Finny. Well, not Finny, but this is getting Gwimmy on Julie. Saw it last time in the quarterfinals.
We're seeing a lot of 1-2 punch tonight. Here we go, another game 1-2 punch. It's just this time, I feel like that's definitely Gwimmy on the Julie, taking Julie, so Name Chaotic can't do that again. And 1-2 punch obviously really good on Julie. So maybe it's like a Julie win a set, get a adrenaline rush, go to town, make the power plays better kind of angle. Not sure, but I don't know if I like the Finny Kai with the Julie though. I mean, yeah, I don't think I do. I mean, I could be yapping, but I don't really like that team comp too much. I kind of like Polar's team comp better from what I'm seeing here.
Yeah, can agree.
And that would be regardless of pilot, I think. Regardless of who's piloting the characters, I think the red comp is kind of better.
Yeah. Again, just like this is a rune, I'm pretty sure. But this is a very heavy control. I mean, this is a very map controlling comp, and again, you said it was very not really counterintuitive, but you said earlier that it was a map, but well, you said they were playing a very more defensive comp, and it sure seems that way. Like the fact that you're playing such a hard controlling map, picks is very interesting, and again, maybe even though Famine do have the KO power, maybe they can bust out something and potentially bring it to a heavy, not even heavy, but they could probably bust out something and maybe take it away, as their comp looks interesting here. It seems that Flowers is opting for the Finny instead of Patat as goalie, so this might be a interesting game. I haven't seen Flowers on Finny.
Yeah, I haven't seen it very much either. I definitely know their Vice is pretty good. So I don't know. I kind of expected Flowers to be the midfield. Be the Kai in this situation because of the midfield. I don't know if any midfield has what it takes. maybe. I mean, there has been times where it's been okay. Traditionally, it hasn't. But there's so much damage in this patch. Maybe if you kill them to death, it'll work out. But I don't know. We'll see.
People die when they're killed, and again, clicking off this plane really, really close. This is the bouncy house, so again, maybe you've seen a lot of speed coming out through this map to see who can deal with speed the fastest. And looking very interesting so far as both teams are trying to shove it through so far. Not really working out for either team, but again, this is really, really long as Namecock does take the first barrier too, and try to find a dash punch. Well, not find it though, so again, it's a very, very slow match so far, even though this is a very fast core speed map.
Yeah, especially on the bounce house, as I call it, the bounce house, or no, for some reason I was gonna call it the Borg's barn, but I think that's the whole map and not just this one. But and that's probably a throwback if knowers know if you know about Borg's barn. Anyways, Name Chaotic taking the first point. It looks like we're seeing more of the same coming out from Polar Cortex.
Yeah, keeping true to the I can play better and we will win better, surely as Name Chaotic will be taken to really low because of the Finny triple take and also just the damage in general being pumped up by Gloomy, but that first barrier will be falling. Both barriers will be falling too as the tot. Unfortunately, kind of almost misplaying it, but again, he kind of has to get through it as A with the pillar. Kind of just sensed the time of spiral, couldn't get it past, and with the pressure of Name Carry from the bottom side, can't really put it down there. Again, 2-0 for Polar Cortex. They're currently 1-up right now. If Family Corp wants to find a way out of this mess, they have to step it up and find something good, as KOs could potentially mean the end of it, but instead, Fires would be one getting KO'd off the map here, seeing a 2v3 power play for Polar Cortex. We'll find that first barrier too. Also find the second one as well if they can possibly find it, as Name Chaotic will come with both the flips too. That second barrier will be taken, unfortunately, as the inputs Name Chaotic has to work through both Flowers and Batot here. We'll have to flip too, and we'll have that kill. 3-out set for Polar Cortex.
Yeah, this comp is not only defensive, but it's because it's defensive, it's quite offensive on Clarion because there's so many like lane type setups on this map. Obviously, the bounce house not very laney, but like being able to close off and zone a lot of the maps on Clarion just kind of make it very hard to get through, especially if you've got Atlas or Rune just closing off paths of offense. And I mean, we see Atlas getting Biss, Rasmus getting maybe not Biss, but every brawler pretty much loves perfect form. So I mean, I suspect this is going to be a very hard game for Famine. Very hard.
Yeah, but if they can find that easy kill on Impact, who has no stagger right now, even going to be popping the arrow orb right there. And again, if they can find those easy KOs, like if they've been doing that first game, it might be something that's going past the first barrier with the extra size enabled. And again, as I said earlier, if they can find that first KO really easily, which they kind of haven't been doing much of recently, as they've been playing more core control actually. If they can, I feel like if they revert back to their old ways and look for an equalizing KO, it might be Gover, but Glammy unfortunately missing that dash punch means that that first barrier will be taken, even though getting that arrow orb means something. That means that that second barrier will be taken, and Void Cortex again left with no barriers of standing as they had to defend against Name Codex Rasmus. But Julie with the kill, Glammy getting that first kill off, and even having Quick as well might be a turning point.
You know, I did mention a certain 1-2 punch and adrenaline rush combo that could, turn this series in the favor of Famine, and we just saw one of them there. Unfortunately, the power play didn't quite end the way they would probably have wished, and then they got taken off the board. So, it's rough out here when you're against Polar Cortex. What can I say?
Yeah, truly showing off what the number one seed here. Five is looking low herself. Doesn't really have enough stagger. Has to play a little bit far back, but again, this is overtime here. We're talking about that core will be moving at Mach 5 here as Glimmy picks up the arrow orb yet again. It might be looking for a KO. Doesn't really find it though. again, name Chaotic and A so oppressive with the offense. Can't really like get it through just yet as Patata's fighting to find a way through. His name Chaotic with the death touch almost gets it through, doesn't really find it yet though, but again, momentum kind of just having to shift the right way. If you can get that one shift, it might be over. But again, they just have to find it here. Both teams basically have forward possession and with flip up as well. Could mean the change of something great as Squimmy again picks up another arrow orb.
That's the third time they've gotten it, but I think they only got killed. Oh, never mind, and there it is. Nice, good job. And then, unfortunately, Name Chaotic scores. So again, another power play, a little too late. I think maybe if they didn't have an open goal and they made that power play, it might have made a difference. But unfortunately, they made it a little late. But again, adrenaline rush, 1-2 punch. Truly, if anyone can get it done, that character can get it done.
And it might not look like they get it done just yet, as Flowers and Gummy both put on stagger level right now, and they're playing the best they can to get it through. But again, Famine Corp just messing up over and over again with just unfortunate strike timings will mean that Polar Cortex will be taking a very, very early lead. Although we saw this last game, I mean, we didn't see this last game, but their first game it looks so promising that Famine might put up a fight. It might not look that way as a double barrier is taken too. Name Chaotic doing all the work. Brawler's get it done. And again, the pressure is just outstanding right now, and it seems like Famine Corp just can't find a way through.
Yeah. Oh, it is just so textbook for Polar Cortex. If there was a team to ever write a textbook, I think it might be this one. So you might want to read that book coming into Grands, because I think well, we're not quite there yet, but I have a feeling that Polar is going to winners final, and you're gonna
Yeah.
if you're watching from the bracket right now, waiting for your match coming up next, I think you might need to study this one. But I mean, who knows? Maybe Famine changes it, reverse sweeps this game, goes to game 3, takes game 3. Who knows? I don't know the future. I just know it's looking bleak.
And right now, it might be looking even worse as Rasmus with Demolitionist, and also the full opting for Among Titans here that just bolster the fact that Yamcha is so damn big, but maybe big size can be a thing as he's almost taken off the map, but surely, they can find something to open up the set here. If it's the time to come back, now is the time as potentially we can see a comeback potentially, but again, Glimmy looking really low, has to try to get back up to where she stands yet again.
Good defense, good offense, working out for Famine right now. The bouncer is not killing, and just short of killing again. A failed attempted kill combo by Name Chaotic. They're playing a little sloppy all of a sudden. Maybe they're letting the aggression and the sets get ahead of them. But I mean, they should just clean it up. Keep their undefeated streak. Don't make any silly mistakes, and just get this game over with.
Yeah, fishing for that KO was probably what they were doing, and fortunately for them, they definitely used a lot of abilities there, but yeah, they did find the KO there, and Name Kirak just shoving it right through Katari. Couldn't really do much with no abilities, and again, Polar Cortex with the offensive yet again. This might be the end.
Yeah, it's tough. Like I said, this is seed 1 for a reason. Every time I've seen them play as a team, I've been like, this team, terrifying, honestly. You know, very similar. NAST had a team that was pretty strong last time, and this is looking like a scarier team than the one who won last time, and that's saying something because it was pretty convincing last time. But again, it ain't over. It ain't over. The bell didn't ring, and we still have a match.
Yeah, and currently that match is still ongoing as far as let's run the first barrier too, with the help of that triple take. And again,
And
Todd
everyone's on
all
the wrong
alone.
side of the board.
I don't even know where everyone went, but Glimmy trying to get it
And
done.
I
Will
mean,
get it done too.
it paid
Gets the.
off.
Oh my goodness.
It paid off. I can't believe what I just witnessed. Everyone was on the wrong side of the field, or you could say the right side in this case because they scored. But whoa, I thought they were gonna lose it for sure.
Yeah, that was the time to get that first barrier too, and that both barriers fall yet again. Just maybe that play was a fluke. Polar Cortex are saying, and again, it might look that way as the barriers are taking just here, even though it's 15 seconds in. And again, we can see poor Cortex maybe pull it off yet again with a clean sweep, but Gloomy is saying something about it, taking that first barrier too. As things are looking a little bit even yet again, even though that fish kill did happen, that there is a barrier going advance.
This is a very hungry team. All of a sudden, they very want those kills, but no, they had enough. They said, "Let's score. Let's show them how the power play is really done. You got to get the goal before the person respawns, and we're gonna show you how that's done." And then they did it. So it's still this is series point. Go to winners final. It's a scary place to be if you're Famine, because it's a long climb up to probably fight this team again. Don't give them time to study though, so it's not all doom and gloom.
Winners finals on the board, on the horizon so far is Polar Cortex after second barrier, and this could be match point right here. Glimmy falling down, Name and Chaotic and A trying to fight their way through this defense, almost getting it through, but the top still saving it dearly, holding on for dear life, but it's just impossible. Polar Cortex, the storm that's coming, advance to winners final right here.
Yeah, it's winners final is up. It's coming up next, and like I said, I think Famine Corp goes back to the drawing board, studies this game, VOD reviews it, studies every follicle on them, and says, okay, I know these people, do an X-ray, get everything, and then learn how this team ticks. Because if you don't learn how this team ticks, your Grand's experience, that's gonna be tough. That's gonna be real tough.
And this secures Cortex is still reigning #1 seed right now. Our next game, and this secures losers quarterfinals. Losers quarterfinals will be played Galactic Space Cows versus Cat Munch Enjoyers, and Famine Corp versus the Dynasty Party. As we move on to winners finals, Polar Cortex and Cyber Swipe. Any last thoughts, Malachi?
No, I think we've seen just how powerful this team is, and I think they're gonna show us next game too, honestly. But I could stand corrected. Cyber Swipe's pretty strong, so.
Yeah, Cyber Swipe being the only team so far to win 2 upsets in a row. Let's see if they can make it a third as we head on to a short little break. We'll be right back.
All right, everybody, welcome back to our final match of the night. Winners Finals. I'm Lego Mage here with Cloak Oak, and we got the undefeated Polar Cortex versus the currently very hot with momentum Cyber Swipe, coming in for an absolute slobber knocker of a match here, and the winner gonna get a spot in Grand Finals. Game 1 is gonna be on Demon Deus. Cloak Oak, this is shaping up to be a wild series.
A wild series, and once more we find ourselves back on the wild Demon Days in the wild new West that is this current patch, ripe with damage and ripe with players who are willing to absolutely delete their opponents with it. I have been... These are two of the nasty teams that I have followed with the most fervor. Just because, I mean, they have some of my favorite players on them if I'm, going to be biased. But also, just because they're fun to watch. I mean, Cyberswipe and Polar Cortex both have some... Just some fun synergies and fun shenanigans that they get up to on the Core Strike field. So, without a doubt, this is going to be an entertaining series to end the night on.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty wild, and winner's going to be going to Grand Finals. Loser will have to go down and battle it out in Losers Finals and be kind of the capstone of that gauntlet next week. So, a lot riding on the line here. Polar Cortex could very easily, with a win on this series, essentially have just gotten almost what could potentially be a perfect season, which is what Misfire Dynasty did back in Season 1. So that would be kind of cool to see. But Catalyst, Spark of Agility are our starting awakenings here for this draft. And this is always, I think a volatile one, especially on Demon Days. The initial thought is everyone's going to go Catalyst, right? It makes a lot of sense. You're going to be making a lot of energy, but with Sparks in the draft and with, damage being as good as it is, you see the Spark of Rezil and, peak performance, Big Fish, there's, options to, kind of scale out of control if you sort of go with the Spark route. It feels like at least one person on each team should take it, but it also feels like that one person, at least early on, is going to be certainly missing out a little bit.
Well, and especially in this patch, after we just nerfed so much speed stuff, Spark of Agility, if you get just one more Spark of Agility already has about the same value as maxed out stacks on stacks. It's an incredibly valuable awakening. It was already fantastic beforehand, but now, even with just 2 Sparks, Spark of Agility is nothing to sneeze at. People would have looked at 10% speed in the previous patch and been like, oh, yeah, that's pretty good. Now 10% speed is kind of a big deal, with there just being less speed in the pool altogether. My prediction is that we'll see Brawlers running Catalyst and midfield and goalie running Spark. But I think that if there's going to be anything incorrect about that prediction, it would be that there would be slightly more Catalysts. Maybe the midfielders pick up Catalysts. But we're starting to get the first picks rolling in. It's X and Kazan banned away, and Polar Cortex will be locking in Aimi as their pick 1. Can't go wrong with that character.
Yeah, it looks like Cyberswipe going to go for the Juno Zentaro here. We did see Cyberswipe ban out the Kazan and the X, both, of course, really good characters on this map. There's no big surprises, but, that does leave a lot of midfield options really open here, and that's, I think, so far what we're seeing with the Juno Daimi going really early. It's like a Rasmus here for Polar Cortex. It might be a Rasmus goalie. I wouldn't be surprised if that's what it is. We gotta see what this next pick winds up being. It's a Mako. Okay, so it's gonna be Rasmus forward and Mako. And I think we're looking at either a goalie or a midfield for the final pick here for Cyberswipe. And this could go a number of ways considering the type of things they like to do. We saw the Atlas earlier.
I think it's midfield, right?
You think it's going to be a Juno goalie?
Oh, no.
It's
no, it's probably assertive
goalie.
Finny goalie. Yeah.
Okay. I like this comp from Cyberswipe a lot. This feels very much like their team, what their team likes to do.
It's like diet bite breakers.
Yeah, well, it's because it's like a lot of damage, a lot of aggression, a lot of mobility, and you have to have good synergy with your team to like pilot it, right? Like this is not a vanilla comp by any like metric, and it feels like that's what they tend to run. It's like that's their comfort in a way. So it looks pretty good for them, of course. I think Polar Cortex doing something a little bit more reliable on this map, right? You know, you have your brawler, your midfield, and then you got Mako just locking it down. So this is gonna be an interesting one. Yeah, I don't really know how this is gonna play out. We're just gonna have to, I think, see it for ourselves.
I'm wondering who is piloting that Juno on Cyberswipe, because I could see a world where any of the 3 members of Cyberswipe are on Juno. Honestly,
okay. Actually, it looks like it's assertive on the Juno goalie. It is Juno goalie. So
I think that makes more sense specifically because I've never seen Expo Chan on Juno before, but I have seen her on Finny. She does kind of cook on Finny. I mean, Finny secondary, it's a little bit like Rune primary. We see Expo Chan cook with the Rune primaries. You start to connect the dots a little bit, right? I do really like this comp from them, and certainly it has a lot of scaling potential on the damage end, like you mentioned. So if Polar Cortex doesn't close this out fast enough to deny away that win condition of damage, they could really start to suffer in the later sets.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna be, and I think leaning towards Cyberswipe here, at least in terms of the damage. This is just a really good Demon Days comp. We're gonna see the Mag Souls come out for the forward duo. They're just gonna be basically playing from the midfield, utilizing that Zentaro range, utilizing that Finny range, and just kind of pumping out damage. The Fool, not on the most mobile goalie, is probably going to end up taking a bit of a punishment here and getting into the Awakenings. Assertive and A going for the Sparks. Everyone else on the Catalyst. Zoe the Witch actually picked up Slick Kicks. Everyone else on Mag Souls here. So, and also notably Assertive on Mom Boots, not going for an eject button at all.
Yeah, Mom Boots is... I mean, I don't know how many times I can yap about it before it becomes a stale subject. It'll never be my pick for Juno goalie, but I've been impressed by some people playing Mom Boots before, so I'm not going to pretend like it is an unplayable pick for the character. But the offensive pressure does seem to be primarily towards Cortex's side, but it's a very nice hold here from Cyberswipe early, and they will be the first ones to finish the barriers.
Quick conversion here, but some damage getting traded between the brawlers. Coreflip's got to be spent there for Name Chaotic to live, and they're both kind of forced to back off a little, but Cyberswipe pushing up, and that's a KO with a big finish. Coreflip from the Fool's got to get spent. Doesn't quite get the barrier. Zoe the Witch pushing up, looking for the flip. Doesn't find it. Is still staggered, trying to stay alive, but letting Expo take over. And got to burn the flip to get that one out of there. Glitch Pop's going to bring it down, and that's both sides opened up here in point 1. And Chaotic looking for this shot, but A has the turret in the way, and Expo can't quite get it out. Polar Cortex will strike first in game 1.
Yeah, a little bit of an unfortunate end to that point after they generated so much momentum at the start of the point, them being Cyberswipe. One thing I will say that's interesting is Zoe the Witch has opted for Slick Kicks here, which, I mean, even on Demon Days especially, like, Brawler running Mag Souls has been a thing for quite some time. I haven't seen anybody play Slick Kicks in a really long time on Demon Days. So it's an interesting choice, but I trust Zoe. I think she knows what she's doing. And it is Cyberswipe putting up the constant onslaught here on Cortex's goal box, getting a little bit of revenge for that previous point.
That was a big walk-up from Assertive, too. I mean, you watch the replay on that. Expo had the core up in the top for so long and sort of literally just walked up through the midfield. Like, all 3 members of Cyberswipe were in that goal box and no one has eject button, but that's just kind of how they play. And another KO here. Zoe the Witch burning the flip to find it on the Fool, and a double with the slice and dice. Expo gonna have the goal open for a quick point, and Cyberswipe out to an explosive comeback after that first point here. We have got a heater on our hands.
Yeah, it looks like Cortex have a real tendency, at least in the early game, to group up on defense. And Expo is taking fantastic advantage of that and just dropping a Finny secondary on them every time they do that. And then Zoe is following it up with as many AoE abilities as she can. So it's just massive bursts of damage whenever Cyberswipe can actually find an offensive opportunity, which bodes well for them as they're. I mean, they don't even have damage awakenings yet. They're literally just cooking with their base abilities.
And now Cyberswipe, the ones with their goal opened and some pressure getting put onto them. And Chaotic up in the top side. A trying to pass it back in. A slime now in the way. Zolt coming out. Cyberswipe jumps up. Doesn't quite find it. But it's still with possession of the core. Polar Cortex looking for this point. The Fool pushing up to midfield here as well. But Expo and Cyberswipe slowly working their way back. And a nice shot around the backside gets the barrier. But it's going to come back on the rebound now. A with the flip available. Looking for a chance to swipe up and find it. And Chaotic keeping the core up in the top side. Meanwhile, Zoe the Witch is trying to stay alive in the backfield. Pendulum swing. Not quite going to find it. As assertive. A nice rotation with the jump. Gets it back to Zoe the Witch. Has the flip available to the top. The Fool with the primary. Hits it. And a rotation. Gets the point around the top. What a Mako primary. You know, we hear people say all the time, you know, don't use it as a strike shot. You know, it moves slow. It's unreliable. But the Fool, the timing on that was absolutely impeccable.
Yeah, you kind of can't get more clean of a call out than that. The Fool had every idea of what Zoe the Witch wanted to do with that ball and called it out line for line, precept for precept. And now, Cyberswipe has the goal open again, but with the Fool in the goal box, we've just seen that that's a tough, tough task to finish off.
A little bit of a goalie rotation as Name Chaotic needs to fall back and get the orb here. They do have 2 flips available. As Expo Chan in the top side, the drum and bass coming out to get it past Zoe the Witch. Now rotate it back around. Name Chaotic with a bit of a whiff flip here, but Zoe the Witch is staggered. 2 flips, though, for Cyberswipe. They're working their way up the field. Core flip from Zoe the Witch up to the top side, and they'll get it right through A, and that is Cyberswipe taking set 1. I think, I'm not sure who the MVP is. It's actually going to be the Brawler.
Yeah, Zoe the Witch getting the first pick here. Not one of the ones to opt for Spark. It'll be A first on the list for that Spark of Strength if they want the double Spark build. Extra Special will be going to Zoe the Witch. Lots more energy generation with Catalyst, but also just nice evasion for survivability as well as damage with Centauro. I think it's actually a much higher value awakening than most people give it credit for on the character. That will be A getting the second Spark. Cast to last on Name Chaotic's Rasmus. But the other critical awakening from that draft is Expo Chan getting Monumentalist on Finny. One of the game-changing awakenings. And right there off kickoff, we can see her dropping it. If the core touches anywhere inside that circle, it is bad, bad news for the members of Polar Cortex. But for now, they're cooking by getting a quick double barrier on kickoff in set 2.
Yeah, it takes a lot of hits. Takes like an Asher or something to get it out of that Finial. Luckily, the Fool does have quite a few boxes on that Mako to hopefully help out. But right now, a second barrier going down. Is Zoe the Witch in the right place? Just walking around that barrier for an easy flip into the goal. Really stellar positioning there. Good heads-up play from Zoe to find that one. And Cyberswipe, they'll start off first here in set 2.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy because they've been the ones applying all of this kill pressure, right? But it's clear, and we don't need just this match to understand that Cyberswipe knows how to control the core, right? They are clearly masters of the characters that they play, and they're masters of working around one another. Here they go, just working it up the field again, and always one of them just has a flip right there to finish the job in the goal box. It is seriously impressive how well they're able to collapse onto a play and bring it to completion.
Yeah, you know, we say it, I feel like every time we see this team, you know, I was saying it earlier tonight, they just exhibit, you know, a level of synergy that a lot of other teams just don't. That's how they can get away with running kind of, you know, very aggressive comps and not having to worry as much about defense because they just layer their abilities and position so consistently well. But right here, A, able to get the better of that defense. As the barriers get traded, though, Expo going to find the second one. So with a shot, forces out the flip from the Fool here. As Name Chaotic picks up the KO with the pendulum, and now A with the flip available is pushing up the bottom side, trying to get it to the bottom. A nice shot. Trips up Zoe the Witch. It's so difficult against an Aimi like that. You expect the Cyber Swipe to come out, and I think that's what Zoe was moving up for to avoid the hitbox, but A just faked it and then just struck it in.
Well, A does have that double spark with Spark of Agility now, so I think not going for that Cyber Swipe was a smart move for multiple reasons. I mean, he's got the influence with just his move speed now. Both teams successfully getting barriers this time around, but it is Zoe the Witch in front of the net whose flip will put it in, and I think the XP difference tells the story here. Zoe and Expo Chan up a level compared to the rest of the members of Polar Cortex. What are we looking at this draft here, Lego?
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple options. I think the first thing I noticed is that there's 3 size awakenings. You can't really do a lot about that, but it is nice to have some size. That big fish is going to be pretty helpful here for Zoe. Just to stay alive. You know, you're still winning kind of the KO battle. Keep it that way. Ad Rush actually going over here to A is an interesting pickup. Aerials was on the board, but that's going to end up falling all the way down here to Assertive. Twin Drive for the Finny for Expo Chan. He's going to be a very solid pickup as well. And the Fool just kind of left with Missile Prop. Not terrible, but I kind of got to admire Cyber Strife's draft here. They got a lot of stuff that they wanted. You know, there wasn't like super strong awakenings there, but everything that was there that they took is pretty beneficial to them. So I got to say that they're looking pretty good coming out of that.
Yeah, they still made some progress. I do think that was a particularly good draft for Cortex, though. They got some really game-changing awakenings. And as the Ad Rush proc comes out for A here, that's a big burst of momentum in this power play. But Assertive and Expo Chan are holding strong back there. Name Chaotic's flip will burn into another power play, and it's just Zoe the Witch on the board now.
The Odie's Blade gonna save it there. Name Chaotic can't catch it. The Fool sending it back into his snare drums. Gotta dodge it, and finally it's enough pressure. That was almost the most insane hold of all time. There was a slight misshoot there from Name Chaotic. It hit the corner and bounced back, and that allowed Zoe to respawn and kind of make a final stand. But you know, 1v3 is gonna be too much. But I mean, that's just kind of what it seems like it takes to score on this team sometimes.
Well, and now not just in terms of sets. The momentum is heavily shifted in the favor of Polar Cortex. They've got another power play here. Barriers are down. They have the energy advantage. Everything is swinging back in their favor now. It looks like that draft really was the missing piece for them to actually start getting some momentum in their direction.
Yeah, we've seen two Ad Rush procs already from A, which have come in big, and of course you get size on Rasmus. It's always a game changer here. And, I mean, the damage is now kind of starting to come online, really, for Polar Cortex. They're able to make their fight back. Core Flip's getting traded here between Fool and Zoe. Will be one barrier down for Polar as A is looking to respond with one. And that will, in fact, be found here. Zoe not looking too healthy. A flip gets burnt, and doesn't be enough to stagger. The KO getting picked up here. A not getting an Ad Rush proc for that, but it is a good power play. Potentially bring down this final one. So far, Assertive and Expo Chan working some good defense on the side of the back barrier, but A with the core flip will open up the goal. And now the Fool up in the midfield line, trying to find this point, but some of the brawlers looking a little bit hurt right now. His name Chaotic, struggling to stay alive, but trying to procure the rock as well. Sort of just keeps kicking it right back, though. Rasmus can't really get in there. Now has enough health. Core flip here from Assertive. Gonna send it out of there. The Fool looking to rotate it back around the slime into the finial, and that's the second one gone. Both sides opened up as Expo brings it to the top, and Zoe is trying to get into position now. A nice jump and base from Fool saves it. Core flip from Expo passes it to Zoe, but A with the deflection. Now secondary in the way. Core flip from the Fool. Pass to Name Chaotic. Doesn't get very far, but it rotates back around to the bottom. The slime's coming out, but the Fool makes the save here in overtime. And once again, Assertive gonna have to be on the defense. Gets it back to Expo, the triple take, but a bad angle. The Finial coming out, but the Fool has just enough to sneak it out of there. And now it's back to the midfield. The ensnare jumps, but A misses the strike, stuck in the glitch pop animation, and it floats right through, coming out of the Mako ults. Really unfortunate there for Polar Cortex, but Cyber Swipe will go up a point in the set here.
Yeah, I mean, there's still They're still a point down overall, but Cyberswipe have just demonstrated that they're still capable of making gains. And certainly, if they can get one of those power plays that they were producing in prodigious amounts those first couple sets, they might be able to turn this one around. But Name Chaotic will flip and ensure that they never get a chance to make that happen.
Polar Cortex looking good now. They've come online here. The MVP Spark of Focus showing up. Triple Sparks available, but we also see Fight or Flight and Stagger Swagger. Spark of Rezel's here as well. But will be cooldown going over to the IME. It does leave Assertive quite a few options here.
I disagree with the Spark of Focus pickup because Peak Performance is still on the board. But it's still good. Triple Spark is not bad any way you swing it. It's always going to be fantastic. Zoe gets Fight or Flight at 6th pick, which is baffling. Lots of survivability going the way of Cyberswipe here, which means it's going to be a lot harder for I to get those ad rush procs and make the same kind of plays that they did last set. So Polar Cortex is going to have to be a bit more creative after that draft to win another set.
Yeah, it's definitely rough when you got the Stagger Spark as well as Stagger Swagger and Fight or Flight all flying over, but you had to deny Perfect Form. And right now a lot of pressure coming in, but some nice saves by the Fool. You had to deny Perfect Form, and really wanted some kind of Triple Spark, and Demo, of course, on the Rasmus is going to be pretty big here, so definitely a tough draft to navigate. See what they can make it happen, though. Core Flip here from Expo coming off of the Finny ults. Zoe the Witch looking to recover the rebound as it was blocked off. Now bringing it down to the bottom corner here. Zoe trying to keep it there. His name Chaotic. Not looking healthy, but has a flip available. Trying to stay alive to use it. Gets caught in the Oni's blade. That's going to be a KO. And now the power play for Cyberswipe. With the flip available, trying to make something happen in the 1v3, but mostly just buying time here. The Rasmus to come back. Uses it to get it out of the big finish. And now going for a shot to the top. A nice bounce off the corner. Very favorable and good positioning there from to capitalize on that. And it will be a point going over to Polar Cortex.
And also worth mentioning, A is the first member of the lobby to hit level 10 here. No huge surprises. We have an incredibly good player who's secured an incredibly good build. And he's made enough plays with it that the XP has swung in his favor. But it is Cyberswipe who pick up the favor early on in this point, burning 2 flips on the goal line here after double barriers, tying up the set.
Quick one there for Cyberswipe to fire right back. And, I mean, this game is still absolutely anyone's match. This could go to a set 5. This could easily just end right here and now. We'll find out. The ensnare drum's not going to be enough off kickoff. The pressure from Cyberswipe just too much, and it will be 1 barrier first to them, but now they got to do a bit of defense here of their own. Clean up house, but making things difficult. Triple take, sending them back just a little bit, but Expo Chan will be able to recover, get the core back on Polar Cortex's side of the field, slip it around the drum and base, and that's the second barrier gone now. Zoe the Witch hunting for this point. Core Flip comes out from the Fool, caught by the Oni's blade, though. Doesn't quite get back around. Sort of having to make the clear around the back side. And Snare Jumps plus Firewall Sentry is too much in the way. That's a barrier gone. With the Core Flip past the name Chaotic. Is staggered, uses the barrier. There's the Core Flip, sinks it in the KO for fun. What a play from Name Chaotic. He was staggered back there, received the pass, hit the barrier, immediately flipped to go elusive. Picked up the KO, and as the gates open, Name Chaotic just sunk it in. Really good stuff there from Polar Cortex.
Yeah, I mean, if you can't finish off the dude with flip on your back line, he's gonna find a place to use it against you. And Name Chaotic found kind of the perfect way to use it right there. I mean, that was beautiful. And that's another power play there, another ad rush proc. Polar Cortex back on their bullcrap, probably going to take a second set here.
A double from and the Core Flip to secure that first KO. By the way, that was a Mako primary and a glitch pop hitting at the same time. That's why it launched so far.
Gosh.
It was both of them. And now, set 5 here, a lot of damage showing up in the draft. This is going to be an interesting one.
I feel like you have to take peak performance here. No peak performance, really. I guess Juno does have so much BIS that you kind of don't care whether Juno gets it, but it does mean Zoe gets peak performance here. Heavy impact on Mako is pretty nice. She should theoretically get a lot of value out of that. The Fool is going to be absolutely loving it. Timeless Creator Finny is spooky, though. Those Finny ults have already been a bit of a nuisance. Pretty much Polar Cortex have had to burn a flip every time they show up. 2 ults get burned this time, trading for the 1 Finny ult. So it's a pretty big swing in the name of, war attrition, ability economy for Cyberswipe. But Polar Cortex are successfully defending against this timeless monumentalist Finny ult. So, I mean, you get to this point in the season of Nasty, these teams aren't going to be caught up by a simple little curtain finish on Finny.
Yeah, not having to deal with the extra special on there as well is certainly helpful, as that showed up in the same draft. But both sides opened up here now. Core flip from Named Chaotix, going to pass it down to A, swiping up, trying to make it a 1v3, picks up the KO there. I think that was the Fool. Yeah, 4 KO streak for the goalie here as it's a power play for Polar Cortex. And now Named Chaotic with the core, pass down to A. Absolutely beautiful textbook passing play to split the uprights and find the points. Polar Cortex striking first at set 5.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Cyberswipe start the game off so strong with damage, but then they didn't build into it for the first few drafts. I mean, there wasn't really much of an opportunity to, right? All the damage awakenings mainly fell to Polar Cortex. They just picked them up immediately. And so even though they started off with the team that maybe doesn't inherently do a lot more damage, you get this Deadeye and missile propulsion on the Fool's Mako. They can get some serious kills. But Cyberswipe are making a bit of a reprisal right now. The power play is in their favor this time, and I is low on stagger and evasion.
And they're looking for more here. Caught in the Oni's Blade pass. Luckily, in a good position. Don't get KO'd here, but as 1 barrier gone, and the Fool burning the flip early on here. But Named Chaotic now fighting back on Zoe the Witch. A nice drum and bass to keep that just away from the barrier. And Polar Cortex will convert, but the Finny ult now going to find another one as Polar Cortex opened up. Zoe the Witch, though, with the core in the backfield's got to get it out of there. A nice strike from A, looking to set up Named Chaotic, has the Whiplash, blocks out Expo Chance core flip, and that's both sides open now as we go into overtime. But both forwards are staggered on Polar Cortex. That's 1 KO into Named Chaotic, and Zoe the Witch now with a flip available, pushing up the field, looking for the shot, gets the KO on the goalie with the flip, though, and no abilities left for A. It's going to be a 3v1 power play score here. Cyberswipe tying it up.
Yeah, both of these teams clearly have gotten more or less exactly what they wanted in this game, which means that we're looking at 2 full-fledged teams worth of builds just duking it out in set 5 now. It is one of my favorite things about this patch, that people just get crazy powerful, and then you just get to play out whose Exodias are better in the final set.
Yeah, that's definitely, what we're seeing here. A slobber knocker of a match. Just damage coming out left and right. And
did you lose a bet to see how many times you could say slobber knocker on stream?
I've said it twice. Calm down. It's fine. All good. Don't worry about it. But right now, it's 2 sides opened up. Polar Cortex in a bit of a rough spot. Luckily, they get enough damage on Zoe to force her to back off here. But Expo Chen and Assertive now rotating up. Cyberswipe coming out from A, steals away the second barrier, and a lot of damage coming off of that. Whiplash, Expo, and Zoe both really hurt. Named Chaotix looking for a hook, by the way. You can see it. Assertive trapped in the ensnare jumps. Big Finish coming out defensively. A with the KO onto Expo. And now a power play for Polar Cortex. They have the ad rush. A chasing down this core, looking for a pass into the corner here. Named Chaotic looking to find it. The pendulum swing, sinks it home, and gets a KO as well. Polar Cortex on top right now. Match point, 2-1.
Match point, and with 3 core flips on the way, they have a good amount of momentum moving into what could be the final point of the first game in the series. Zoe the Witch is going to do everything in her power to stop that, though. She gets 1 barrier. The Firewall Sentry deflects away the second, but A finds the power play right there with the help of a pendulum swing. Burns a flip of his own on the barrier, catches the rebound for the second barrier, and the flip stun plus KO from Named Chaotic closes out game 1. What a way to finish the match.
Wow. A was moving so fast with that ad rush proc plus the drum and bass right at the end there. A was moving so fast to reposition to force that in. That's some explosive plays coming out from Polar Cortex. This is why they're undefeated. I mean, even Cyberswipe, like, they were making some insane explosive plays, but Polar Cortex just started matching them. And game 1, going over to the champs right now. Cyberswipe, I feel like now in the rare position of being down, they're the ones who have to change up their strategy in a way that isn't, let's just trip them up for fun. But now they actually have to reconsider, like, hang on a minute. These guys might be the real deal. A with 235 redirections, 72 shots, as well as 4 KOs. 14 KOs from Polar Cortex. They dominated in every stat on the board right now. And just looked really good.
50,000 damage on A is impressive. I mean, I guess that's what Triple Spark, Super Surge, will do to just about anybody. Just delete them off the face of the planet. I mean, the funnest part about this is that, like, these guys don't miss. And I'm talking about both of these teams when I say this, right? A while back, I was talking with Killiest about, like, the big differences between, OSOS, ISS players, and then you start to get up here into the big leagues. What are some of the big differences? And one of the big differences that he pointed out was that people just hit abilities when they're good at the game. Like, it sounds insane to say, but when you truly know that you're looking at a good player when they actually are able to land their abilities most of the time. And I mean, I'm just looking at 50,000 damage. It looked like he got way more than 4 KOs, but I think that's just because so many of them were sniped away by his teammates. All 6 of the players that we're watching tonight are just so good at landing their abilities. I saw Expo Chan snipe people with Finny cards so many times that game. It just makes for a more entertaining match when you get these fantastic players that don't miss.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And, on top of that, they're just all they're all playing very well together. They're, individually, they're landing their abilities. Like you say, they're making the plays, but they're also well aware of what their teammates are doing and the plays that they're making and getting in position. I think we can easily point that out with Zoe the Witch. Every time that she saw that second barrier was going to go down, she ran right to the center of the goal gate. Even if, like, the barrier hadn't got hit yet, she was already, like, moving there because, like, she knows that's where that core is going to end up. And multiple times we saw a point come off of it. It's things like that both these teams are doing, trusting each other, playing well together. That's going to make this as close of a series as it's going to be. This could very easily go to game 3, but I think just as easily it could end in a game 2 sweep, depending on how it lines up. That was Cyberswipe's map pick for Demon Days. We're going over to AtLab, Polar Cortex's option for game 2. Another map, not as insane in terms of brawling meta, but absolutely a map that can be brawled on. But it leaves a lot more options open here. So, I mean, it's going to be one heck of a series.
I will say, at first glance, I do fear a bit for Cyberswipe going into this match because, in my opinion, Polar Cortex kind of represent the peak of, like, your bread and butter Omega Strikers gameplay at this level, right? I think all 3 of these players are heavily established at just having fantastic fundamentals and really being able to play some like textbook level Omega Strikers. And I've said it once, I'll say it again. Atlas Lab is the map where that kind of play style really shines. It is Omega Strikers at its finest. You can play any play style, really, any character on AtLab and make it work. But it is like probably one of the most theory-filled maps, in my opinion. You can get creative and funky with some black hole plays, and, maybe you'd run damage and blitz people down, and, like, obviously there's going to be KOs and stuff, but for the most part, in order for you to succeed on AtLab, you have to really, really be solid on this textbook level play, and that's where Polar Cortex shines, in my opinion. Now, it's up to Cyberswipe to see if they can take a little bit more of their unconventional play style and throw some curveballs that are so wild that even the rock-solid consistency of Polar Cortex can't stand up to them. I think that's what we're about to see.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. And get into this draft now, character draft. We have Deadeye Start, Timeless Creator, which, I mean, Aimi is a big character in this draft, right, for both teams, and this is a pretty good Aimi start, I would say.
Yeah, you can't go wrong picking either one of these awakenings. I actually think Deadeye is the superior Aimi pickup.
Probably.
But I guess if the rest of your team isn't running damage, you want to focus core control, you would go you would go Timeless Turret. But
I think with these two teams in particular, I think we very well will see a Deadeye Aimi come out or get banned here. But yeah, there's a lot on the table. We saw the Mako last time. We saw the Juno. But there's quite a few other options. The Kazan was banned out previously, and this isn't like the ideal Kazan Awakening start, but it's still a pretty good character, and Zoe the Witch's Kazan's pretty scary. So we could easily see that come in. But will be Polar Cortex actually the one's going to be banning out Mako here.
There's also a chance, I think, that Cyberswipe runs double midfield here. We've seen them run it a few times throughout the season, but just running double midfield characters that are going to have a little bit more range on them that can really benefit from Deadeye. I think that slots in a lot better with their playstyle. The other option that I think they have is like grabbing Rasmus. I think Zoe the Witch could easily play Rasmus here, but it's going to be stolen away immediately by Polar Cortex. Presumably, that's named Chaotic wanting to lock in the Rasmus pick once more.
Yeah, I imagine it is. That's an interesting first pick, I think, considering some of the other options. I would have initially thought that midfield might be a little bit more contested here. But they want the Rasmus. And I mean, I don't blame them. Name Chaotic does have a very good Rasmus, and it could have gotten stolen away. It will be the Atlas here for Cyberswipe for Assertive. Saw that earlier tonight, and now they have the Timeless Creator on their side, so that's going to be a pretty rock-solid start. Wait to see the rest of what
I bet
out.
Expo Chan goes Rune here.
You think Rune?
I think so. Yeah, I think Timeless Rune on this map is really strong. Yep, there it is.
Yeah, okay.
Especially in this patch. I mean, Rune's Awakening pool is better than it has been in a really long time right now. After this patch, and I think that he's kind of just been strong in general lately. Like, Rune hasn't felt bad in a while now, and it's time we stop pretending that he does feel bad. He's a good character, and in the hands of someone like Expo Chan, he can do some real damage. That's Estelle Vice. I have to imagine that's the Fool on Vice goalie.
It's Cyberswipe on blue. Polar.
It is Cyberswipe on blue.
There was an error on the stream. We were saying
this
it
changes
back.
everything.
I thought it was weird that Cyber banned out Aimi, but yeah. So Cyber has Rasmus, Vice, Estelle, which we presume is Vice goalie.
Yeah, that's got to be Assertive Vice goalie.
Yeah, so this is interesting. So it's Polar Cortex running the Rune midfield here on A, and Name Chaotic is going to be on the Kazan.
Last pick Kazan is also a little crazy, but you know what? It checks out. The draft checks out.
Well, now I'm kind of even more surprised that Cyberswipe actually didn't.
They didn't grab a midfield pick.
Well, I'm surprised. One, they didn't grab a midfield pick, but two, they grabbed their brawler pick, but it wasn't Kazan. It was Rasmus. So I'm wondering if that's like they're just going for the semi-deny, and like it's still good, but they just want to deny it more away from Name Chaotic. So
I agree. It's a bit of a perplexing choice.
Yeah, I would have thought they would have just first picked the Kazan and rolled with that, but either way, we're going to be getting into it. Atlas Rune Kazan versus Vice Estelle Rasmus. That's a pretty Cyberswipe comp if I've ever seen.
I will say Rasmus is the objectively better character for the starting awakenings we're working with. So it does force Name Chaotic into a onto a theoretically worse character, but Name Chaotic is known for Kazan. Like, he's the Kazan guy. So I think it's still a bit of a dangerous position to put yourself in.
Yeah. I mean, either way, like, all the size is still available. So, like, both these characters are just really good, like, in general right now, because they can just kind of scale. Like, the only thing, Rasmus is weird because he can take every awakening in the game, but he doesn't, like, hyper need anything other than size. So, and with now all these size awakenings in the draft, I think he's just a very versatile character in terms of that. And you can lean more on, you know, Estelle and Vice are a bit more picky about what they want. So you have a lot more flexibility, I think, in the draft here on Cyberswipe's side. This is going to be an interesting one for sure. Rocking the Mag Souls, Timeless Creator, of course, on Atlas and Rune. Everyone else opting for the Deadeye. So Name Chaotic really wanting some of that size to be able to proc that. And this could be a bloody one.
Yeah, well, and you know, Lego, I've been pointing out when people run slick kicks lately, because usually it's a strange choice. I'm going to point it out again, but not for the same reason. I think Name Chaotic is picking slick kicks on Kazan, which I think is very based. I think slick kicks on Kazan is still the way to go most of the time. I don't think he really needs Mag Souls to work, and he gets too much benefit out of doing his funky strike shenanigans up in the enemy goal box. Look at him go right now at those funky strike shenanigans. Look at him go.
Yeah, I got to agree with you there, especially when you're just like kind of up most of the time. But 1 barrier to 1 barrier here, as the teams got to get a feel for each other, really. Assertive with a Thunderstruck, but a pillar showing up in the way. Not going to be enough pressure to get this final lock, though, and Name Chaotic having to fall back, get out of the play a little bit there. As they are getting staggered. The hook coming out, but Name Chaotic makes a nice dodge and will avoid the thorns there from Expo Chan. Meanwhile, the barrier standing up on both sides this entire time. No one's really able to get too much going. Assertive with the core flip here. Sneaks it through the bottom side there after getting stalled out around the pillar. A nice defensive play as we continue to rotate this around and around.
Yeah, I mean, Zoe the Witch and Expo Chan are burning their abilities to try to damage Name Chaotic, and clearly it's working. They managed to kill him before the Fool could even get the Atlas Celestial Intervention off. But it does mean that they don't have a lot of abilities for offense. Like, the only reason they got the barrier there is because they were in a power play. If they don't get that power play, burning those abilities to try to damage the enemy brawler is not going to earn you too much favor in this game, I don't think. At least not in set 1.
And now both sides opened up here, but a nice KO coming out from Cyberswipe. And Assertive teleporting up. Just going to slam that one home into the bottom with the power core there. Watch that on the replays. A really nice angle. It struck War the Astral Projection. As Cyberswipe start off with the first point.
I'll say it, though. If they're going to bully anybody, they should go for Name Chaotic. Kazan doesn't have a lot of stagger, and they seem to be doing quite a good job of making sure that he's not allowed to mess with them before he has survivability. That is going to be that's going to be pretty big if they can consistently keep Name Chaotic out of the game, regardless of whether or not it costs them their whole kit. I think that is a valuable trade if Cyberswipe can make it.
Yeah, absolutely. They need to just keep the ball off their side of the field, but with Rune and Atlas back there, it definitely becomes difficult. They do manage to get both locks here. And they do have some energy to work with. Trying to get it past Name Chaotic. It's going to take a few members. They'll eventually rotate it around. Of course, the Fool just going to send it right back in now. Zoe the Witch in the midfield. Looking for the pass to Assertive. A core flip to the top. Another good shot. Assertive making the aggressive plays at the right time to find both points so far for Cyberswipe.
Well, and also critical to that play was Expo Chan with the Deadeye Estelle primary, stunning the Fool away from making the save. I don't know that he would have had enough speed to make it to the top regardless, but maybe he had an ability that would have saved it if he wasn't stunned.
On 1 barrier to 1 barrier here. It's the Banish coming out from A, looking for some damage, knocks him into the black hole, and that's going to be a KO here for Polar Cortex. Power play to work with. Core flip from Name Chaotic gets a nice angle onto that barrier, and that's going to be Cyberswipe's side of the field opened up, and a nice power, well, not really a power play, but rather a misplay from Zoe the Witch. Sort of threw the hook out there trying to hit Named Chaotic and accidentally hit the core. Pulled it right to him. And Polar Cortex easily able to capitalize on that with a nice redirect.
Yeah, but now it's Cyberswipe's turn to capitalize on Named Chaotic's lack of evasion. Blitz him down, and with Deadeye on all 3 of their members, it doesn't take many abilities to fully eliminate him. But the Celestial Intervention is here in time this go-round. Does save him from doom. Zoe the Witch now with Flip in front of the Fool's last barrier.
Picking up a KO, though. Cyberswipe with the power play. Sort of looking to send the core back in. Zoe the Witch faced with an expanse, though. Fool buying as much time as possible. The Thunderstruck buying a lot of space, though, and that's the barrier gone. Core Flip's getting burned. Able to trade one. And now both sides are opened up. Core Flip from Zoe the Witch. Passed down to Expo Chan. Doesn't get much, but Expo going to send it right back up now. Going to the top side. Just out of reach of a strike, and Cyberswipe will take set 1 here. 3-1.
We're looking awfully familiar here, Lego. Lots of KOs from Cyberswipe, lots of damage in the early sets. It looks like they pretty decisively win it. But I will say, this is some seriously huge momentum here in this draft for them. Heavy impact on Vice. Need I say more? Insane cooldown reduction and damage for all of her abilities. Fight or Flight on A is never going to be a bad pickup. Zoe the Witch grabbing extra special. With Deadeye, I think that's a more deadly combo than it might initially look. But that does mean that the only survivability awakening in this draft goes on Expo Chan, and Named Chaotic is left with Size, which, don't get me wrong, Kazan once, but you're not going to get much benefit from Size if all 3 members of Cyberswipe delete you every time you respawn.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of Size, Zoe the Witch opted for extra special instead of built diff, which is kind of interesting on Rasmus. It's not like, it's not bad, but it's not like the greatest awakening on Rasmus. It gives some cooldown, but it's not a super long one to begin with. So it's definitely something to keep an eye on, how often Zoe's actually using the hook to see if giving up that Size there was worth it. We did see that almost KO if the Fool hadn't gotten the resurrection, but definitely something to keep an eye on here in these sets. But it's 2 barriers to none right now. It's Polar Cortex on the defense and Named Chaotic almost dead, having to fall back to get the orb here. Cyberswipe hunting for an opportunity to sink this point in. Polar Cortex so far holding strong. Expo in the bottom corner, but the core's going to slip away around the back, and it's a double barrier as we go into overtime. Sort of pushing up, but doesn't find much. Zoe Witch with a nice strike force sets up the hook in the bottom, but it goes just wide. Core Flip from the Fool gets to Named Chaotic, doesn't find the point, but gets a sort of flip, dashes up, looking for the crooked leverage, but not going to be able to find much. Gets hit by the Thunderstruck into a mini Nova, and that's Named Chaotic down. Assertive, able to win that 1v1, and now it's the power play for Cyberswipe. Expo looking to push up, the pillar in the way, though. A trying to buy as much time as he possibly can for Named Chaotic to come back, and now it's a 3v3 again. Sort of with the core. Pass to Zoe the Witch. Named Chaotic trying to cut it, but not quite as Expo dribbling up the field. Goes for the flip, but Kaz's it off the top corner. And now it gets back around to Named Chaotic. Assertive with a nice play off the Thunderstruck to keep it safe. And now Zoe the Witch dribbling up the field to the top side, but going to lose it just a bit. Expo going to give her another chance here. It's still in the midfield. A pillar getting set up, though, as it goes back around the world. Yet again, Assertive up in the midfield with the Supernova, but not going to get punished for that one. Core coming back around. A and Named Chaotic in the top side, but still can't find a good angle. A double banish coming out from A, but no one able to get the core. And it's just going to float right in. A pretty unlucky bounce. Like, it looks like Expo's blink barely hit that right before the banish hit, which just accelerated it too fast for the Fool to catch that one.
Yeah, Polar Cortex are in quite a difficult spot right now, because when Named Chaotic's not on the board, you got to take a look at Polar Cortex and think, how the frick do you score as Polar Cortex? Like, you can't... I doesn't really have the kind of rune build that you need to solo an offense, right? So I think they're just kind of stuck in limbo until Named Chaotic respawns. And then even when Named Chaotic is on the board, he's having to, like, really alter his playstyle to make sure that he doesn't get KO'd. He does get a nice double barrier, though. So when he's on the field, he's making a big difference. But it's certainly a spooky spot if you're Polar Cortex.
And the level differential is real for Name Chaotic, and that's going to be another KO here. Assertive burning the flip for it. And the power play is Cyberswipe look to bring down the second barrier. The Fool with a flip to clear it out. And the Astral Projection forces Assertive back. And Name Chaotic will come back online here. Expo taking huge damage from the black hole, though. Not looking too healthy. Looking to recover with that Stagger Swagger, though. It'll just be right back to full. A nice mini Nova from Assertive. Will be barely able to save that one as the core gets back to Name Chaotic. So with the Witch with the hook to try and sneak it away. But Name Chaotic, with to strike it at the perfect time, struck where the hook. That's a disgusting hitbox on that ability. To just like sneak it right in.
Yeah. I did just now. It's not possible, surely, or maybe it is with some like stupid good build. Can't Kazan strike ever proc Deadeye? Is that a thing? I don't know.
I don't
just
know
a stupid thought that I had.
I think theoretically, if you get big enough, and maybe
I was
get,
surprised
like,
that Name Chaotic hit
Clarion
that though.
Word.
That's where that thought stemmed from. Is I was surprised that his strike was able to reach that far.
It was a little bit disjointed, but it was. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's just kind of how Kazan works, I think. But yeah, core flips coming up now for Cyber Swipe. Gonna have some energy to work with here, but they're defending this final barrier. Trying to get out of this top corner, but A doing a good job holding in. Taking a lot of damage, though. Both the forwards getting chunked by abilities. And Zoe the Witch with a flip brings one down, and that's a hook for one and a pendulum for a double. Zoe the Witch tear it up. Polar Cortex's front lines, and now a pass down to Expo. Chan's going to see one barrier gone. A pass back up, looking for another one. The Fool with a flip. Expo with a flip in return. The Polar Cortex holds it down. The Fool putting on a defensive masterclass of protecting that one barrier, but now is going to lose it to that flip. But gets rotated around. It will be barriers traded. Both sides opened up here. And Name Chaotic in A. They're looking for this point. Pillar pass to himself from A. Core now floating just a little bit away. Name Chaotic is hurt. Trying to stay alive long enough to find this point. The topspin doesn't quite catch it. Avoiding the hook well. But needing to get this core. A nice clear from Assertive. As the core moves quite fast. Assertive now pushing up to the midfield. The Fool trapped in the bottom corner, and that's Name Chaotic finally going down. Expo Chan looking for the piercing shot's going to be able to find it right through the goalie. And Cyber Swipe now on set point.
Yeah, Cyber Swipe are playing this really smartly, in my opinion. They do not rush their game plan here. All they need to do is sit back. As long as, there aren't any significant offensive gains being won by Polar Cortex, they're perfectly content to keep both of their forwards in the midfield while they just beat the crap out of Name Chaotic. Because that's what's winning the game for them right now. And if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
It's absolutely working, and Name Chaotic just having to spend abilities and energy to stay alive. So much damage off that Rasmus primary, and Name Chaotic just getting launched back to the backfield there. As the Fool still stuck contending with his open goal. Zoe the Witch actually picking up a KO onto A. Just shifting all the momentum for the point for Cyber Swipe. They will be taking that set now up 2-0. Expo Chan, the MVP. Depending on what shows up here, it could be time to start running away with it.
Yeah, I undoubtedly think that it's going to be Cyber Swipe running away with it here. I think they're going to send us to a game 3. They should be able to deny away all of the survivability from Name Chaotic at the back of the draft. There goes the big fish to Zoe the Witch, which also makes Pendulum Swing proc Deadeye now. And there's peak performance picked up by Assertive. It does leave prime time for Name Chaotic. Again, crazy good awakening on Kazan, and he gets more size from the Fool as well. But I'm going to be honest, if I'm Cyber Swipe, I'm not sweating it. That's just a bigger hitbox. That's a bigger hitbox for them to kill Name Chaotic. Yeah. They're already back on it. Like hawks on a freaking lone mouse in the middle of a field. Name Chaotic is drawn out to slaughter.
Yeah, I mean, just getting absolutely comboed. A nice ult from the Fool there, but I mean, that's on cooldown now, and Cyber Swipe have a lot more to work with. A nice double banish from A, just by a bit of time, and launches Expo into the black hole, getting knocked around in the Fool's goal box. This Estelle barely hanging on to life. Name Chaotic not quite enough power on the crooked leverage to get the KO. The Stagger Swagger helping out now to recover as Zoe the Witch with the pendulum brings down that second barrier. Whiplash is up, but Assertive teleporting in with the Supernova. He's going to be able to find the point yet again. I think Assertive has like 3 goals now this game. from just getting up in the box like that. It's crazy. Cyberswipe up 1-0, firmly in control of this match.
Yeah, and at this point, there's, I don't think, anything that Polar Cortex can do to re-secure the momentum of the match. If by some miracle they're able to turn this set around, there's a few things in the next draft that could potentially save them. There's still Spark of Resilience on the board for Name Chaotic. There's still some more cooldown reduction for them. And there's some big awakenings for Rune. There's still like Monumentalist on the board for I, as well as Castellast, I believe, that could maybe make them a little bit more viable in these reverse power plays. But, like, it's a lot to even be talking about the potential of them getting there. They do have the barriers down right now. They're making a little bit of progress.
The Witch with a core flip pass down to Assertive here. It's going to be a KO. A power play here as they take the goalie off the field for Polar Cortex. Supernova's going to find the double. It's just A. Sets up a pillar to buy some time. It almost gets around Assertive. She had a core flip to catch that one, and that's the second barrier gone. And now it's A who's staggered right as the Fool respawns. Losing control of the core just a little bit, but so far looking pretty good. Both sides are opened up. A nice res from the Fool keeps A alive as Name Chaotic, trying to find this point before it's too late. Goes to the bottom side, and Assertive teleports just a bit too far on the Thunderstruck. Oh, barely misread the angle there. And Polar Cortex now 1-1. I mean, they're in it for a little bit longer at least.
Yeah, I think Assertive might be slapping herself in the face a little bit on that one. I mean, it's tough, right? It's tough. You get the double kill. You're on now 2 players up in a double power play. It's so tempting to just walk up as the goalie, but when the one character that's left on the board is capable of just red coring it right back at your barrier, you got to be really careful. So I think as long as Cyberswipe doesn't make that same mistake again, they should be pretty fine. But you know what? A has proven that he can capitalize on it if they do make the mistake once more.
And it's coming out in the middle. Expo looking to recover the core here. Push down to the bottom side, flaming his stealth abilities. Too close to the edge, though. A picks up the KO, and the core making his way back to Nate Chaotic. Picks up the point now. Polar Cortex gonna steal a second one. Big heads-up pillar there from A. I think he knew exactly where Expo wanted to blink. That's a very classic Estelle move on this map, to just kind of spam your abilities like toward that corner. And A picked up on it, and huge punish from Polar Cortex.
Yeah, they're making the miracle happen here. I'm seriously impressed with what Polar Cortex is pulling off. Woo. But it is an unfortunate power play against them here. And a couple core flips about to be online. And Ice Banish will make sure Zoe the Witch doesn't get hers. And A is soloing up front!
What a pillar from A. It's both barriers down now. And everyone's back online for Polar Cortex. A with the core in the top corner here. The Supernova comes out, but a pillar will block it. Zoe the Witch trying to spam some abilities. Name Counter go for the top spin. Doesn't catch the core, but he gets a KO. And now just running up like a Kazan does. Trying to force it into the net to the bottom, but Assertive is there. Pass up to A. Doesn't quite get a hold of it. Those are a few precious seconds they need, but Name Chaotic with the crooked leverage, able to sneak it through, and Polar Cortex, they've stolen the set, and they are right back in this game as we go to set 4.
What an absolute heist of a set, and because Name Chaotic was so behind in XP, him just being alive for those goals means that he's already up to level 9 and is able to get set MVP, access to some survivability here. He throws it all out the window, picks up the adrenaline rush,
My goodness.
saying, you know what, denying the scaling of your team is more valuable than staying alive. And instead it'll be A picking up the Spark of Resilience here. And yeah, there's not really anything else in this draft for the expansion of the KO comp that we see. I mean, I say KO comp. It's Rasmus Estelle. They have plenty of core control. Let's not get ahead of ourselves here. But, I mean, clearly, Cyberswipe have been playing for kills this game. And they don't get any progress on that win condition, but Polar Cortex get a lot of movement on theirs.
Yeah, absolutely. And this very well could be going back to a set 5. It's kind of looking like a repeat of last game. Cyberswipe were in control, but then Polar Cortex bring it back in the most unlikely way. Now here they are, pushing in and getting barriers, both of them down for Cyber Swipe. Polar Cortex, but to get it off their side of the field here and make his rotations, but Expo stands to the bottom corner is going to say no to that. Open up Polar Cortex side of the goal, and Zoe with a shot to the top right before the banish hits. The Fool barely out of range of that one. Cyber Swipe will start off first yet again, but Polar Cortex, I mean, any point is anyone's point, really, it feels like.
I will say Assertive does have heavy impact rapid fire, which means she does now effectively, as long as she's landing her primary, has 50% primary reduction, as well as a bunch of other CDR and a bunch of damage. It's a very strong Vice build, especially with the Deadeye start to this game. So, I mean, Cyber Swipe didn't get nothing out of that draft, and they are clearly back scoring points. But certainly Polar Cortex has shown them that the game is far from over.
Yeah, but Name Chaotic now back to getting beat up just a little bit here. Zoe the Witch and Expo Chan just spamming abilities. The Whiplash going to pick up the KO. But we'll lose a trade barrier for it. It is a power play for Cyber Swipe, but they've got a barrier to get through, and Polar Cortex don't. So if they can hold, they'll be in a good spot. And looks like they will. A with a nice redirect, buys quite a bit of time there. Now the Fool back to A, bringing it up to the top corner. A pillar to try and hold it in place, and Name Chaotic looking to get into position against Assertive. Goes for the top spin. Doesn't quite have the core. Fool trying to send it back in now. Back to A on the top side. Zoe with the clear down to the bottom. Polar Cortex core controlling very well right now. A big expanse from the Fool. Burns a lot of cooldowns, but it gets back to Zoe, who finds the pendulum swing for the barrier. A, though, on the rotation in the corner with the pillar, but Assertive clears to the bottom side, and now it's in the bottom corner. A trying to get it through, but Expo with the thorns. The last thorn! Barely! Stealing it away. A ate up every single projectile that Expo launched out except the far left one. And as the core crossed the net, it barely sniped it in. I mean, that's insane.
That is insanity. That's about as bad a luck as you could get if you're trying to body block for your goalie. And oh no, the Celestial Intervention just not out in time once more. Cyber Swipe swoop in, the Hawks once again circling over their prey, closing in for the end of the match. They're not going to let last match repeat.
Oh, but Assertive's up in position. Zoe going for the top side, though. Just a strike will do it. And Cyber Swipe will win Game 2. We are going to a Game 3. My, what a series so far. Both incredibly close matches. Point for point, set for set, and now coming down to the wire. I've said it twice, I'll say it a third time. This series is a slobber knocker, bro. This is wild. And I mean, everyone getting close to or over 200 redirects except Name Chaotic, who was not effectively on the field for a lot of that game, only at 99. I mean, that really kind of shows you how much Name Chaotic was KO'd that match. I mean, 15 KOs from Cyber Swipe.
Well, especially because when he was on the field, we saw that he was constantly touching the core.
Yeah.
Constantly. Like, that's how he plays the game. Yeah, I want to point out, though, that Cyber Swipe dealing essentially triple the amount of damage that that Polar Cortex did that game. I mean, triple Deadeye start with their comp is a little bit disgusting. I won't lie.
Yeah, this is something wild. And you know what's even crazier is it feels like every time we see these guys, Cyber Swipe, I think especially, but Polar Cortex also to some extent, they're kind of just playing something different. Like it's not very often I think that we see like, oh, this is just the comp that they play. Every time we see Cyber Swipe, it's a different comp, but it's always something that like, oh yeah, this does the thing that they want to do. And Polar Cortex, though, have done a very good job of not only matching them in like what they want to do, but also constantly changing up like their picks and making it very difficult in the drafting phase to really get ahead that way. So going into Game 3, I'm going to be very interested to see how that winds up going and what it's going to look like. Game 3 was, I don't remember what it was. I think it was on Clarion. Or I might be wrong. No, it was on Otten City. My bad. Otten City. So, a crazy Game 3 map to pick. But yeah, this... I mean, I think Imi's going to get banned. I'll say that off the bat, but...
I think that's a pretty safe bet. Yeah, I think the IME ban makes a lot of sense. What map are we headed to here?
Otten.
My overlay's
Otten
not
City. Orb Hell.
What the frick? Otten's still
Yeah.
in our pool?
We're going.
Who did that?
We got two very unusual maps today, DD and Otten. And I mean, Otten especially is just a weird map, and it's a weird map for Game 3. Cyberswipe were the ones who banned out Clarion, so this is their pick, really. They're just getting... I mean, they do crazy stuff, and they're just... This is just them doing more crazy stuff.
Yeah. Honestly, your guess is as good as mine as to how this is going to proceed. I think whoever gets first pick here... Yeah, what do you want to say?
Well, I was just going to say, like, Estelle Rasmus.
Yeah, that's what they want to run, I think.
Yeah.
They want to run Estelle Rasmus, and if they're first pick, they want to ban Kazan. And then first pick the Rasmus.
I think that's fair.
I mean, that is the two Name Chaotic comfort picks. Although, are we subbing in someone other than Name Chaotic here? Is that happening for Polar Cortex? He's not in the lobby right now, but he could just be rebooting.
Yeah. We don't know. We'll have to see what that's about, but yeah, this is going to be an interesting one, especially, like, you know, speed has gotten nerfed, right? So I think we're relying a little bit more on the Blink characters now. Juno, Estelle, Amy, I think are all big midfield picks, and this is very much a midfield map for sure. And, you know, usually we like to see we tend to see, I guess, a lot of ranged goalies on this map more so than we see melee goalies sometime, but ranged goalies tend to sometimes fare better, and we know Assertive likes to play a lot of ranged goalies. So between those two, like, concepts, there's going to be a few characters, I think, that are going to be very, very highly contested going into this.
You could still
like,
totally run Kai here, though, still.
Yeah. Oh, no, you still could. And, like, that's the thing, right? Is, like, Otten, I think, really limits the character pool, kind of like Oni Village does, where some are a lot better than others. One that jumps into my mind is Luna. I don't know that we'll actually see a Luna, but I wouldn't put it past either of these teams to just whip it out just for fun, and see how it goes, because with the way the series has gone so far, it could be pretty wild depending on what we get for the start.
Yeah, it looks like we're doing a bit of a ping check right now. Name Chaotic was getting some weird ping abnormalities, so we'll be yapping here for a little bit while they while the refs do a bit of a check on that. But yeah, I would love to see some Kai goalie gaming here, especially the Fool is known for Kai goalie. That's like the thing that he originally bursted out on. And if you've ever watched CCL, he's known for making some absolutely stupid Kai goalie plays. So I think there's a chance. He's even rocking the little Kai emote on his Omega Strikers profile. So definitely a guy that is known for Kai. And here we are talking about how cool it would be to see Kai, how probable it is to see Kai on a map like Otten. If anybody's going to play it, my money's on him.
Yeah, we have seen Assertive busted out a few times, but yeah, the Fool, definitely, I think, more like... I wouldn't be surprised at all if that's what we end up getting here. It does look like they're on red side, so it might be more likely that they go for the forward duo, but we'll see. I think it's hard to predict exactly what everyone's gonna go with, especially since we don't see the awakenings yet. That hasn't been determined, because we're still waiting for the lobby to get finalized here.
I don't know what else A plays. A? I? Is it pronounced A or I? I've been wondering that this whole series. I've been flip-flopping between the two.
I believe it's like the letter A, if I remember correctly.
Okay. Is that like how the word A is spelled if you spell out the word that refers to the letter A?
I don't know. I don't know how you... I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty sure it's pronounced A.
I'm looking up the stats page right now. I'm going to see what he's been up to. A little bit of Aimee. A lot of Vice, obviously. We know him for the Vice. Estelle, yeah, I've seen him play Estelle. Octavia, ooh, that would be fun. I've seen quite a few people playing Octavia lately. I do think she's worse this patch because they removed Chrono Boost, so she just has one less option. But
yeah, that's the big thing, right? I think you
gotta get more damage.
Yeah, yeah, really the two big things. I think you gotta get like one, a good start, and two, you're relying a bit on the enemies to like not try to go for KOs, which in this current patch is
surely Cyberswipe wouldn't go for KOs.
Surely Cyberswipe wouldn't try to KO you on Aten when you're Octavia. Surely they won't just pick Vice and launch you off the face of the earth. Yeah,
freaking sisterly love right there.
Unlikely. But I do think Vice could be a character that shows up. I think either I or A or Assertive could go for that. I think Estelle as well, like we said, it's always just a very good Aten pick. Like no matter what, I would not be surprised if that gets picked or banned. But that leaves, the Aimee available. So a lot of options, a lot of very good options in terms of, Blink characters. Zentaro for the Brawlers. You mentioned earlier the Kazan. Both teams have a good Kazan player.
Kazan, Rasmus, and Zentaro are kind of the holy trinity of Brawler characters on open maps. And both of these players play all three of those characters. I will say Name Chaotic, not known for his Zentaro, but I've seen him cook on it before, if my memory serves correctly. Definitely seen Zoe the Witch play all three. Without a doubt, they're going to be vying for those picks in the Brawler position.
Yeah. There's a lot of options here, and which is weird for Aten because normally there's like not that many options, but like the Brawler pool it's quite diverse.
I don't know. It's quite diverse.
No, not the Brawler pool. You know what I meant, the Striker pool.
Yeah, the Striker pool. Yeah, no, I think there's a lot of directions that these guys could take it. I totally think we could see another Vice goalie here. I think Atlas is good enough right now that you could even play Atlas here, even though normally people try to go ranged goalies on Aten. I think there's all sorts of directions that these teams could take it for sure. The only characters that I'm really not expecting to show up, I don't expect to see Now anywhere. I think that she's highly unlikely to be present. And then like Drakkar and X, I think would both be weird to see here. And Era, I guess. Era's not that strong right now. But like, other than that, you're looking at 17 out of the 21 characters in the game that are, in my opinion, not terrible picks here. Totally viable depending on what Awakenings show up.
Yeah, I think that is the big thing here. What Awakenings are we?
If we get another Deadeye start, oh man.
Yeah, if we get another Deadeye start, I almost just want to see someone bust out the Luna.
Please.
Yeah.
Show us the Arson Child.
That would be wild. If it's like, I think the two big things is like, is it going to be a Dash Awakening, a Spark, or a Size start, right? I think those are, like, at least off the top of my head, the three like big categories that could influence this pick.
Yeah.
Oh, and here we go. Spark of Focus, Peak Performance. So I mean that's kind of a boring start, but it's pretty good if you're playing it.
I mean, I look at this start, and I think, like, you know, for once, you're, like, bearing the cross if you take Spark here. Like, someone's got a Spark, so you could contest Sparks in draft. But peak performance is so good. It's one of the best awakenings in the game. Like, it feels so bad to not take peak here.
It definitely does. It definitely does, but yeah, the Spark starts have been definitely rough this series, but it's Kazan getting banned by Polar, Aimi getting banned by Cyber Swipe, and those colors do look correct, so I'm assuming that is in fact right. That's where they are in the lobby. So.
Oh, well, yeah, but why is Cyber Swipe banning Aimi and Polar Cortex banning Kazan when those are the two characters that both of those teams love?
Okay, no, Tempo's saying it's backwards, so...
Yes, that's what I thought. Okay, cool. So switch Polar Cortex locks in Rasmus first.
Everybody switch everything. Everything's wrong. Okay, now everything's right. That's better. That makes sense. Yeah, Zentaro Mako for Cyber Swipe, and it looks like it's going to be Kai Estelle Rasmus. I mean, that's basically what we said here for Polar Cortex. That's a very Otten-pilled comp, and we're just waiting on the one. It will be the Rune for Cyber Swipe. That's kind of interesting.
Again, the less conventional comp on Cyber Swipe.
Yeah, but that's kind of normal at this point for them. It's an interesting comp though. Obviously the IMU was banned out, but I would have expected, I think on paper, you see a Juno here, right? Juno Zentaro on Otten rather than Rune. But I'm not. I mean, Expo has a good Rune though, so I'm not surprised. But in Rune, I think is still good. But yeah, this is going to be an interesting one for sure. I could see the Rune here going for the Sparks.
Maybe. I don't know, because, like, Speed is... He doesn't have a lot of mobility, so Speed is, like, kind of critical on him. I bet Zen goes Spark, if anybody goes Spark.
I think it's tough, because Cyber Swipe picked the Mako goal. Unless that's... There's no way they're running Zentaro goalie.
Yeah.
There's no way.
Cinema.
There's no way. They're not doing that. They're not doing that. That's cope. Fine. It's fine. Everything's fine.
Yeah, they're not running the Rune goalie either. This is almost certainly the Mako. Like, because you're not putting the Mako on midfield.
Yeah, okay, no, we're fine. We're fine. It's normal. It's fine. Thank you for being a normal team. Okay. Yeah, so... Yeah, if this had been like Juno goalie, then I could see Rune just like stacks the Sparks and like don't worry about it. Like just put your pillars wherever and the slimes will cover the rest. But the fact that it is Mako, I feel like you do want to be able to actually like move around to help cover a lot of places that Mako can't get. So it's definitely going to be an interesting one. I'm not as excited about this Cyber Swipe comp as I was previously. I like what Polar Cortex has cooking quite a lot, though, even though it's more vanilla.
Yeah, it's very Otten-pilled, like you said. And yeah, it is no Spark on the side of Cyber Swipe. The Fool picking up the Spark, the only Spark in the lobby for Polar Cortex. Once more, Brawlers running slick kicks here, but all the forwards on peak performance, and it's a quick KO to start it off. Zoe the Witch off the board.
Gone pretty quick there. Polar Cortex is a bit beat up, but the damage just isn't there right now for Cyber Swipe to do anything about it, and they will get the first barrier here. Giga Blast going to go just a bit wide, but the pressure still going on. This is all level 2 versus all level 1 here. Polar Cortex with that big level advantage to start off. They're keeping the pressure on Assertive right now. A nice clear from Expo will avoid the piercing shot. Banish coming out, but mistimes it with the Omi's Blade just a little bit. They'll pick up the barrier regardless, though. It's all good. That's down a name Chaotic here is going to get strike shotted away as they're looking for the point. The Pendulum Swing sends it home, and Polar Cortex will strike first.
Yeah, I mean, talk about some serious bread and butter Rasmus Estelle gameplay. I and Name Chaotic each used 4 primaries that first point. 3 of them were synced up almost perfectly with one another. The first 2 to kill Zoe the Witch, And then they separated for a little bit. The second two got the barrier, and the third two scored the goal. I mean, we've been talking about the synergy of Cyberswipe, but look at these guys. Polar Cortex are here to show their synergy off as well.
I mean, they're number one for a reason. They're undefeated for a reason. And stuff like this been making them look good so far. Cyberswipe definitely, going to be struggling to bring out that aggression in this match. And I think so far, at least in these early points, it's definitely showing. A very slow goalie, and I mean, Expo still has to navigate a very big field in the face of quite a lot of mobility. But a bit of a misplay there from A. Gets stuck in the piercing shot. Will allow Expo to find the points. Cyberswipe going to get on the board there. Still have 2 flips to work with to none. And, I mean, on Otten, 2 good strikes can get you a point, really. So, this is absolutely anyone's set.
A little bit of an unfortunate missed strike there on kickoff will eliminate the barrier, but the barriers essentially don't exist on this map anyways. So I don't think that Assertive is crying too much about that. In fact, she's already walking up. A nice banish there from Expo Chan. Almost catches the goal, but they get it on the rebound anyways, tying up the set, and the energy advantage is still in Cyberswipe's favor.
And looking good here going in to point 5. As we head for this kickoff now, I mean, the big kickoff can always be a huge advantage on this map. If you see A almost getting the barrier, sort of had to burn that flip very early on to get out of that corner. A nice Oni's Blade from Zoe the Witch does buy yet a bit more time. A nice strike from A to get it in. That'll get cleared out by the strike shot. Now Expo pushing the corner, gets the barrier on the rebound. Polar Cortex side is opened up as Name Chaotic looks to return the favor, and in fact he will. Now it's both sides opened up. A nice dodge from A to avoid the banish. Now they got to do some work here with the core. Zoe the Witch, though, looking to take over on the bottom side. A pass up to Expo. The piercing shot going to interrupt. The Fool trying to take over. Has to burn the core. Flip. Expo responding with one of her own. But a nice strike to block it. And it's back to the midfield here. Zoe, though, with the breakaway to the bottom side. A pass up to Expo. Setting up shop in the corner here. Looking for the top of the Fool. Makes a save. And now Zoe the Witch faked the Borg flick and just went straight for it. Did you see that? The Fool thought that was going down. I thought that was going down. And then Zoe just shot it straight. Cyberswipe take the set.
Yeah, well played there by Zoe the Witch and the rest of Cyberswipe. In fact, so well played that Assertive is still level 2 and all the way at the back of the draft because of how efficient the offense of those last 3 points were. Picking up size here on Zentaro, I think that's mainly a denial away from Name Chaotic's Rasmus. But of course, Hot Shot on the Rune is big gains. That does leave stacks up for I or A. So even more speed on that Estelle. Rapid fire on Assertive all the way in last pick, though, is really nice. I won't lie, I'm surprised that the Fool opted for missile propulsion. I guess, though, with Strike Shot Kai, your ability to run up the field, not nearly as good as some of the other Kai Gear Awakenings. So you need that projectile range to contribute to your team's offense a little better. So I understand the pick, for sure.
Yeah, Giga Blast is going to be very useful there as the barrage actually coming in pretty clutch to help the forwards keep the pressure on. A going to get the credit with that piercing shot. There's Polar Cortex to start off set 2. I mean, it's a good draft for everyone, but that hot shot on Expo, I think is going to be very good. But the big thing that we are lacking is the mobility, right? Like, the rune just has to be in the right place. When Expo's in the right place, it's the rune zone. It's the rune domain. But I feel like Polar Cortex definitely have the core control to just get it around her a lot of the time.
Well, yeah, I didn't even acknowledge Name Chaotic getting Glass Cannon there. It is, like, an incredibly valuable ability. And I would say that it's honestly even better after the tweaks this patch. Because it's still 15% speed, which is insane with the current quantity of speed in the game. And you get there faster. You get there in, well, I don't know, I guess it's 30 seconds. I don't know, that is kind of a long wind-up. But yeah. Another power play for Polar Cortex. And a goal shortly thereafter.
Oh, that missile prop KO there from the Fool. Just enough power to pick that one up and just some efficient OS. And that's going to burn Assertive's core flip as well. That's pretty big because now you go back to being even on energy and you're on stat point here. Polar Cortex in a good spot to potentially finish off the set.
Yeah, well, we've seen Cyberswipe bring it back in the previous set. They're already making gains here again by getting the barrier there. It's traded, though, on the other side of the field. Named Chaotic. Plenty of time to grab a barrier of his own. But the passive strike on Zoe the Witch calls out the Fool in his own net. And that is already Cyberswipe trying to replay last set.
That was like the last possible frame of that. That was insane. That thing bent on my screen. But yeah. Good plays there from Zoe the Witch. Call that out here. But now Polar Cortex with a vengeance. Whiplash going to bring down the barrier here. Then Chaotic almost in good spot for a shot, but Cyberswipe able to make that clear. They do have 2 flips to work with, Polar Cortex do. A going to burn it first. Down to the bottom in the corner. Assertive with a strike shot. Buys a bit more time, but the Fool now pushing up to midfield. Oh, Whiplash sends it a bit back, but the Fool with the core flip will be able to recover a nice pass, and then Chaotic sets him up for a point. Polar Cortex tying it right back up.
Yeah, and also, it seems like trying to get a bit of revenge from last game, now using their own Estelle Rasmus comp to beat the crap out of the enemy midfielder. This time it's Zoe the Witch that's taking the beating. It is perfect form and heavy impact on the board. A bit of an undeniable Zentaro, but Zoe the Witch opts for Demolitionist again, just trying to keep that size off of Named Chaotix Rasmus. I think that's smart. He gets more speed, though, as a result, which is a little spooky. Heavy impact on the Mako. Again, that's a classic. That's prime time on A. I will say I'm surprised Assertive didn't go for rapid fire prime time, but prime time Estelle is now up. That's timeless on Expo Chan. I think it's kind of the same story as last draft, Lego. Like, I like the stuff that Cyberswipe picked up, but I don't see it winning the game for them. Like, they're going to have to pull off some seriously impressive plays to actually get it to work. They're off to a good start, though. Barriers are down.
Yeah, I mean, Polar Cortex have, like, the most vanilla builds, I guess, except Named Chaotic, who's literally just building speed. But it's still vanilla, just not usually on Rasmus. But it's, like, the most vanilla stuff, but, like, they're playing it very consistently. And, I mean, it's the classics for a reason, right? They're just taking up so much space. Just controlling the core so well here. But on the goal line, it's going to be Zoe the Witch with the flip. A nice banish from Expo. Locks the Fool up, and that's just some good teamwork there to drop the banish while the core was still elusive. If Zoe had insta-flipped that, it would have gotten banished as well. So once again, an example of that synergy showing up here is Cyberswipe looking to fight back. A 6-second goal as the barrier just collapses at Expo with a flip now of her own. And now it's Cyberswipe on set point, 2-0, just like that.
You know, I will say, I was a little wary when I saw Assertive throw out the Mako ult on kickoff, but in a weird way, that was kind of crazy valuable. It forced Polar Cortex to commit all of their resources to one side of the field, and Zoe and Expo were able to just collapse on that and make a play happen. But it's Polar Cortex who have the play in their hands this go-round. They'll get the barrier. Assertive might have to burn this flip to keep the point alive.
Pillar coming up here defensively. So be able to clear it out, but A does have a flip available. And then Chaotic's going to get one very shortly here as Snare Drums to buy some time. As Expo and Zoe try to convert some type of offense here. Giga Blast, though, from the Fool gets the name Chaotic. The hook and the breakaway play to the bottom corner. Polar Cortex striking right back. I mean, welcome to Otten City, where you just get big plays like that all the time. It's so easy to make stuff happen when there's only one giant barrier and then just an open field. And already, I mean, firing right back, the barrier gone, and Named Chaotic flipping it right in another 6-second goal to answer Cyberswipe's one that brought them to set point. Now Polar Cortex do the exact same thing to get to set point. Say, hey, we can do that too. But now it's 2 flips to 1 here on point 5.
Yeah, and I think that's very intentional on Cyberswipe's side. Like, they could have burned their flips there on defense, but they're saving them until now to really make this all-out push, because all they need to do is score one more goal. And they have so many resources to do it. They're swooping in on the goal once more, but the Fool blocks away both attempts there. They keep possession on the goal line.
Just enough time to strike it there, the Fool. And now Expo in the top corner looking for that pillar play, but the Fool, Giga Blast is going to send it out. Zoe's kind of hurt here, has to back off just a bit, but Expo now with the flip available, hunting down this core, gets trapped in the Oni's blade, it whiffs, a double banish comes out, but the core's not there, and the Fool now trying to force it out of this corner with the barrage. Pillar getting set up. There's a slice and dice for the shot, but the Fool not going to get hit stunned by that one as they pass it back up to Named Chaotic. Looking for the barrier, but Assertive holds strong on these corners. They need a passing play to make this work. They got to get it past Zoe the Witch, though, as A looking to take over in the midfield. The piercing shot into the corner, but the Ensnare Drum's coming out. Burning abilities to try and get it past as we head into overtime. Expo into the top corner. Pass down. Zoe the Witch getting staggered out of the dash, though, and making things difficult. A shot to the middle. The Fool's got to burn the flip to get that one out of there, but Named Chaotic receives the pass, and that's the barrier gone. Gets banished for it, but Kill can procure the rock. Oni's blade from Zoe the Witch. Sort of trying to pass it out of there. A with the flip. Doesn't get much, but Zoe burns hers, and it just... What? It just bounced off the wall. What happened there? Oh, Named Chaotic... Wait. I don't actually know what happened there. A struck it into the wall, and they just kind of missed. It, like, floated in. That was, like, the perfect angle. Polar Cortex, they'll take the set.
Yeah, I'm honestly also not sure what happened there, but that means that the Fool gets his claim of Among Titans once more. We've seen him cooking with it this whole series. More size on this Centauro. That's Might of the Colossus, actually. They do a double size denial on this Rasmus. They like, really do not want to see Named Chaotic get any semblance of size. That is even more speed on Assertive, so now those Mako secondaries are going to be speeding up her forwards even more. It could be the little bit of extra mobility that Cyberswipe needs to, regain their presence in this match. Not that they have been in a lack of presence. Like, let's be very clear here. Cyberswipe are not down. Like, yes, they're down in sets, but, like, they're still very, very even with Polar Cortex in terms of presence in this match.
I just want to point out, Zoe the Witch now at 3 size awake, well, 2.5, I guess, size awakenings. This is a very big Centauro. And Expo Chan also kind of big with that Big Fish peak performance. But we saw a little bit of that size come in last set, and we're seeing, I think, a little bit more this set. This Centauro takes up quite a bit of space with those hitboxes. See if they can make it happen here in the top corner. Goes for the slice and dice, holding on to the core flip, though. As A and Named Chaotic now looking to work some forward magic here. They get stuck in the ensnare drums, and that's going to kill all the momentum. Zoe the Witch burning the flip for the KO. The second one of the game now, and it's the power play for Cyberswipe. A pillar self-pass to Expo Chan, and she'll sink it right to the top side. Cyberswipe gonna fire first here in set 4. As we keep it going, and, level check real quick. Fool at Zoe the Witch putting up numbers in that department.
Yeah, I'm actually a little baffled at how much XP Zoe has been able to acquire over the course of this match. And I'm surprised that Assertive isn't higher level, because it feels like she's been doing quite a bit. But I guess that's the life of the goalie sometimes. Sometimes, you're perma-holding on defense, and other times you make a few clutch saves, but you don't actually touch the ball that much, and you don't actually get all that much XP.
Open goal here for Polar Cortex. Trying to keep it held down, but between Centauro and Rune, it's going to be a little bit tricky as Expo now in the top corner. The bandage coming out, but the core slipping away. The Fool just a little bit too fast now. Core flip burnt there from Named Chaotic, but doesn't get much. The Fool going to burn one as well, and that will be the barrier with a bit of help from A. Now both sides opened up here as the Fool whiffing the barrage, but A there to cover. Now Zoe pushing up. Core flip on the goal line. A shot to the top. A good angle on that, and Cyberswipe now on set points.
Yeah, we've seen this before. It's so many times this series. You have someone go 2 points up right at the start of the set, and then the other team just comes from behind and reverse sweeps it. So I'll be curious if Polar Cortex does the exact same thing here. But of course, we're all rooting for the set 5.5 heater here, and Cyberswipe are posturing well to bring us there.
Cyberswipe, though, having to need to burn a flip to get it off their side of the field now as Zoe the Witch taking over in the top corner. A nice clear from the Fool, but Expo on the bottom side to keep things going. Gigablast sends it out. Named Chaotic going to get stopped by the drum and bass, though. Gets sent right back around, but a nice clear here from A. Named Chaotic in the corner has the whiplash, and that's going to be the point. Just like that, Polar Cortex firing right back, staying in this set. And we'll take a look at the energy here. Looks like it's going to be 2-3 in favor of Polar Cortex and their flips. They can just hold on a bit longer. They can bring this to a 0.5.
Yeah, undoubtedly. Like, Polar Cortex can turn this on a dime And Zoe and Assertive do have flips of their own here. So Cyberswipe still threatening a lot of pressure here. Name Chaotic will be burning his to keep the set alive for now. I'm really liking the willingness of both of these teams to bring everybody back onto defense. I think they're getting a lot of value out of it, but it does mean that things like those Giga Blasts can come in and really ruin your stagger bar.
Yeah, absolutely. It feels like you almost have to bring 3 people back on defense the way these teams play their offense. Zoe the Witch with a nice strike. He gets the barrier, but pays for it with her life. And now Expo Chan not looking too healthy either in the power play. Going to get knocked around just a little bit here as Name Chaotic working his way up the field into the bottom corner. Will get the barrier for Polar Cortex. And now A with a shot to the middle. Expo with the pillar barely able to save that one. But it's back to the midfield here. Expo and Zoe now pushing to the top side. The Fool going to clear it back around as Zoe reconverting it to the top corner here. Strike to the center. Wow, didn't even do anything else. Just struck it right in. And the Fool had nothing to respond. Cyberswipe pick up the set, and we are going to yet another set 5.
I do want to point out, Polar Cortex did lose that point, did lose that set, but the Fool is demonstrating the power of Perfect Form, did use 3 Giga Blasts that point. And some of them very close together, just because he's generating that many cooldowns. And with a second Spark here, and Spark of Focus to his name, he'll be generating even more. And that Spark of Strength is going to make those Giga Blasts even more deadly. We are starting to see some additional mobility actually come the way of Cyberswipe here, in the form of Fight or Flight on Zoe the Witch. And those banishes might become a little bit more deadly with aerials, but I will say, the Fool kind of has a really, really nasty Kai build. Wow, those Giga Blasts steal so much, and he gets so many of them.
Yeah, that's really the big thing there for the Fool. It's definitely a weird draft. No one got like anything really massive, I guess, other than kind of that second Spark. Deadeye's nice on A, but, you know, Fight or Flight on Zoe the Witch is kind of the most impactful thing immediately. So we're really just kind of continuing to play almost as we were, just upped a little bit. As there will be barriers traded here. The Fool burning the flip a bit late. Core getting bounced around now. Back to the midfield. Name Chaotic still with the flip available. Gets stuck in the snare drums, though, in the bottom corner. And Zoe the Witch looking to take over the core. Pushing along the bottom side. A is back there to try and defend. Looking for the shot. Not going for the pass just yet. Expo Chan in the top corner has a pillar. Can't get much with it. Core flip here from Name Chaotic. Bounce off the wall, but Zoe the Witch falling all the way back to block that one in the middle. Nice place there as the only blade comes out. A pass up to Expo Chan. Core flip here from Zoe the Witch. Going for the dash and gets it right through. A lot of pressure coming out, and still 2 flips available for Cyberswipe as they take the first point.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same Cyberswipe bullcrap that we've seen all season, right? And I say that bullcrap very politely. We love you, Cyberswipe. I'm just so impressed with how they're able to pull off this off-meta play style. Because, I mean, seriously, like, Mako is considered, like, just an okay goalie on this map. Rune is considered just an okay midfielder. Zentaro is probably the least transformative of the 3 brawlers people like to play. It is a power play for Polar Cortex here, but Cyberswipe are not feeling weak at all.
Yeah, but now Name Chaotic has a flip and is up in the net. Zoe doing everything she can to try and defend. Goes for the flip, the pendulum swing, but Expo respawns at the perfect time. The double pillar defense trying to hold it down. The drum and bass just enough to get a bad angle off of A's strike, but Name Chaotic going for the pendulum swing again. No dice, though. The Fool keeps sending it back in. Another pillar from Expo. Keeps it locked down on the goal line. These air drums coming out, but they still can't clear the core. The Fool with the Giga Blast, but finally a bit of breathing room for Cyberswipe as they get it off their side of the field, but Polar Cortex sending it right back, though. Luckily, in overtime, the core moving fast enough. They can't do too much with it here as Expo Chan looking for this barrier. Core flip from the Fool, passes it to A, looking for Name Chaotic. A pendulum swing is perfect to the bottom, and it's 1-1. Polar Cortex getting the point.
What an insane hold from Cyberswipe, but, I mean, Polar Cortex equally had just some impressive continuous pressure there. I do want to point out as well something that I hadn't really fully internalized about Zoe the Witch's build. No dash awakening on this Zentaro. She is locked into tiny dashes for the entirety of the rest of this match because we're out of drafts here. We're in set 5. We're at the end of the series here. Name Chaotic is flipping in front of the net. He scores!
Another double pillar there from Expo, but the second one didn't quite form because Name Chaotic is too fat with the Among Titans. It just disappeared instantly. It's game point, series point for Polar Cortex, and they get the barrier. They've got the pressure. They're trying to force it in. Expo having to flip there. Clear that one out, but it's getting back to Name Chaotic now in this top side. A Death Touch to bring it in. Another core flip from Zoe the Witch. They've burnt everything they had to try and get it off, but now they need some offense of their own. The pillar's good enough. The Fool caught Giga Blasting, stuck in the animation, and it's both sides opened up. Expo sending it to the top corner now, trying to get it past A. Zoe the Witch as well in the midfield. Pop the Oni's Blade. Doesn't get much. A nice pass to Name Chaotic here, but the snare drum's coming out from Assertive's going to shut down that play. Name Chaotic, though, out of prison in the top side. Finally has a flip available. So does the Fool in the top side. There's the flip, the KO on the goalie, and Name Chaotic sinks it home. Polar Cortex will remain undefeated, and they are going to the grand finals.
What a way to finish it out. I love watching both of these teams so much. It's so impressive. I love Nasty, and I particularly love the survey of teams we have this season. But watching Polar Cortex is something else. I mean, it seriously is, like, we called their comp boring, we called it bread and butter, you know, whatever, but, like, they play it stupid well, okay? Like, it is still fun to watch them cook with this stuff. Name Chaotic had 11 goal participation at that game. And, like, he's been getting low redirect counts the whole series, but he does so much with just the few touches of the core that he gets. Like, compared to the rest of the lobby, it looks like he's not doing much, but he's doing a lot. He's doing a lot. And I do think that it's not a coincidence at all that the Fool takes home the MVP. We are listening to the Kai theme song right now. And that makes perfect sense. That was an insane Kai build, and it's good to see the king back on his throne. It's good to see the man back on his Kai goalie bullcrap. What a game, Polar Cortex. Congratulations, y'all. I look forward to seeing y'all in Grands.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they are undefeated for a reason. They have been not only winning, they've been sweeping just about every team except for 2, Galactic Space Cows and, well, right here, Cyberswipe. I think really the only 2 teams that can go toe-to-toe and potentially beat this absolute juggernaut of a Nasty team. It's going to be a crazy grand finals, whoever ends up getting there. But yeah, Cyberswipe going to be sent down to losers finals to face either Space Cows, Catmunch, Famine, or Dynasty Party. And honestly, I wouldn't put it past them to just show back right up here in Grands.
They are my pick.
They
are my pick to see back in Grands.
Yeah, the only other team that's like given Polar Cortex a run for their money has been Galactic Space Cows. And I mean, earlier today, Cyberswipe beat them pretty decisively. I could easily see them making it back here, and I mean, at that point, it's really anyone's game. We saw how absolutely close these matches were. Set 5, Game 3. I mean, Set 5 on 2 out of 3 games. The other one was Set 4, and Cyberswipe won that one. So
and all of those games were 2 sets taken by one team, and then the other one tries to claw their way back, whether or not they're successful.
Yeah, it's been. I mean, I don't want to say it again, but it's been a slobber knocker of a series. It's been absolutely nuts.
It's a weirdly apt word.
Yeah, it's perfect. I mean, they're battling in the trenches.
We just watched.
They're in the trenches on this one. They're down in the mud. They're in the grit, grinding it out. And I mean, 2 weeks from now, we could very well see that again.
Zoe the Witch had the most redirects in that game. What on earth? I mean, seriously, all 6 players, some of my faves. I said it before the series started, and it was a fantastic one to cast. I'm predicting that this is what we're going to see again in Grands, and I would freaking love to see a run back in Grands.
Yeah.
I'm seriously looking forward to the end of this season. It's been a really fun one.
These have been 2 very entertaining teams, and we'll get a look at the bracket real quick, just for everyone, so they know what's going on. But this week was all of the winner side matches. Next week is going to be the losers side matches, where we'll be doing, I think, 4 streams for losers, quarters, semis, and or not 4 streams, 4 series, for the losers, starting with the losers quarterfinals, and then the week after that, 2 weeks from now, that will be grand finals. So basically, there's a little bit. Grands is not the same time as the losers bracket. Losers next week. Week after that is grands, and well, we'll see who winds up getting there. I mean, there's still some decent teams left. There's still some good teams left, but yeah, I mean, Cyberswipe. I think they got to be the heroes who beat Polar Cortex. It's going to be one of the other teams is really going to have to step up to beat the
they're
champ.
hard.
Yeah,
they're freaking hard.
It's a tough match, but that's all we have for you guys tonight. Those series. So thank you everyone for watching. Thank you everyone for playing. You have anything else you want to say, Cloak, before we leave?
Nothing more other than, as always, I hope to see y'all in the queues and have a wonderful night.